What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Welcome aboard. Let me double check a few more things. I don't know why I'm still dotting I's and crossing T's, getting things set up, but thank you to everybody be here. Yes, I'm doing an afternoon show, doing an afternoon show. It's 3 p.m. over on the East Coast, joined by a brother on the West Coast. Joined by a brother on the West Coast is the best time we can get it in. I know y'all used to see me in the morning, but y'all seeing me here at 3 p.m. We about to get into it. Brother by the name his channel's name is Keep It 100. If you don't know about it, you need to know about it. It's one of the best channels going. I stumbled across his content and had to have him on the show. So we about to get into it. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
All right. What's up, everybody? I'm glad. Thank you to everybody in the building. Those of you joining me at a different start time today. See some of y'all already in the building. Shout out to Uneducated Lame. Shout out to Joray W. He says, "Wait, I thought I missed this, or did I get my times mixed up?" Nah, you ain't missed nothing. We here right now. Shout out to Free Zone Lou. And so, without further ado, going to go ahead and get right into it and bring up the guest of honor today. Keep it 100. Well, Marcus, do you care which one when I call you? Just call you.
It don't matter, man.
Okay,
my name is Marcus. The channel's Keep It 100, but usually people call you by your channel name, so it's all
yeah,
good.
yeah. Okay, cool. I probably end up calling you either one. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely glad to have you here, man. I stumbled. I'm late to the party. I just stumbled across your content about a month ago, and man, I definitely love your take and your perspective and your setup, the camera work, the lighting, all the works. Man, you got the best camera work in the business. So man, I'm loving all of that. But like what I always
I
do
appreciate that.
when I start out, I'd like to get people background to this space. And like we talked about it just briefly off the air, you've been around from the beginning, 2006. So you know
Right.
you know the history. So give a little bit of your history and your background, how you even got into this space and all that before we go ahead and get into the topics.
All right. So as someone who has been around the manosphere, as far as YouTube is concerned, I've been around here from the beginning. I remember, the Barbarosas and the, Sergeant Willie Peace and the Thugticians and, all of these guys from early. Around that time, I wasn't on YouTube. I eventually started doing something on Blog Talk, which was related to the magazine I was dropping. Because I'm a magazine publisher, right? So eye candy, models and things like that. So it's like a King magazine. I got one right here, King magazine type of where you at? Where you located?
I'm in Michigan.
Okay. So are you anywhere near Detroit? Because
About an
out there.
hour, hour and a half, about an hour and a half from
Right. So
Detroit.
have you ever been? I don't know if you ever been to I think it's called Hall of Fame out there, in Oak Park or whatever. They carried a lot of our urban magazines. So the Stray Stuntins, the this magazine, that
I've
magazine,
probably
all
seen
type.
some of them. Probably seen some of them. Yeah.
Right. So I'm one of those guys, shooting the models and things like that, putting the magazines out. And I had a blog talk show, and it was branded with the magazine, but most of our conversations were manosphere conversations. These conversations are still online. They're still there. They're still there from 12 years ago. They're still
Oh,
there on Blog Talk Radio. And we left the format after they started getting real funny, cutting people off early and stuff like that. So, but I've been consuming this stuff for a long time now. As far as the talking points in the conversation, I've been talking about this stuff, and everybody that grew up with me knows this. I've been talking about this stuff since the early 90s, since I'm a
oh, okay.
teenager. Right. So before any of this was cool to say, before we had this internet, before, I wrote something for the school paper regarding women, and that got, the principal deaded it, called me to the principal's office. He said, "Don't worry, you're not in trouble. I just wanted to talk to you." He wanted to meet me. He's like, "Did you
Damn.
write this? Do you believe this?" I said, "Yes, I do."
Oh, so
Absolutely.
you came out the gate. You was born red pill. You
Yeah,
ain't
right.
you wouldn't like me,
Absolutely.
where I was blue pill, and
Right.
thought they was made of sugar and spice and everything nice, and I just had to
Man,
be a good man and treat them right. That's that's
nah,
that's
man.
that's what I grew up thinking, But
Nah, man.
it's so funny. My
Right.
brother, who grew up in the same house, just 1 year older than me, he was completely different. He was red pill out the gate. It was funny. It was a funny dynamic. He would even try to talk to me about some stuff, and it just go over my head. Just go over my
Right.
head. I wasn't even ready to hear it until I lived a little bit of life. Now I was like, oh, okay.
Right.
Now I see what's going on.
Right. Shout out to Uneducated Lane, because
Oh yeah, that's my guy.
he's a regular on my channel, and he said everybody talks about this Dutch angle, man. Anybody does this Dutch angle, just know I did it first. But my little brother will tell you that I've been saying this stuff forever, man. The guys who grew up with, you know what I mean? Like, at that time, they was just, "Oh, you just mad, this and that and the other." This is always the usual talking points, because who was saying this stuff back then? Like, and now that the manosphere and Kevin saying all this stuff has gained steam, like from since like I said, I've been rocking with this stuff since the beginning. When again, a lot of the guys who I grew up with, who are conventionally blue pill and stuff like that, like all these guys that tell you, like, I've been telling these guys, like, "Yo, man, like, fuck marriage." forever fuck marriage. I ain't doing that shit. These guys to this day, guys I know more than 30 years, like, "Yo, man, when you gonna settle down?" I'm like, "Yo, y'all dudes still don't believe me. Y'all still don't believe me, man." Like, I meant what I said when I said it. They think, "Hey, you're gonna bump into some nice chick and she's gonna turn you and convert you and all this other nonsense." You know what I mean? And that's what, to be honest, that's what happens most of the time. Like, a lot of guys, they say this, they say that, or they, die hard pimps, players, single, bachelors, whatever, and then they bump into their soulmate. And their soulmate changes them, changes their lives. And then next thing you know, they wearing a kiss the cook apron, and they're flipping barbecue for the family.
Kiss the cook.
Yes,
Oh,
kiss
okay.
the cook aprons. Yeah,
Okay.
the apron. Yeah,
Yeah. No, I had to think. I had to think if I ever. I had to think if I ever saw one of those. I get the concept. I just like, I don't know if I ever saw one of them, but yeah. So yeah. So you've been like that from the jump. This is going all the way back. You said when you was doing the Blog Talk Radio. Around what time was that? What year was that?
That was around, I would say that was around 2009, 2010, around that time. Because that's when we had the magazine out, and we were trying to do a bunch of things around the brand. So we did KG Radio with me and my partner Dave. So basically the format was he would bring the topics and I would talk reckless. So it was kind of like a morning show type of format, where you got the person that brings the current events news, and then the guy who talks crazy. And that was always me.
Okay, yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, now fast forward to about 2015, around the time that, well, okay, when would you say the Black manosphere? Where would you place the time that started? Because my
Started?
understanding it was around the Black Manosphere. They say around 2015. That's what I
No,
hear.
no, it's before that.
Right.
Black Manosphere predates 2015. Because if you pull up videos from the guys that I'm talking about, like a lot of the guys who started the Manosphere were flagged off of YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and they had to go to other places and then restart their channels. That's true for Sergeant Willie P. Thug Titian was just pretty much flagged off the platform. These guys would start channel after channel after channel. Then, the women would flag, or maybe guys too, would
Yep.
flag the pages.
You can't discount that.
Right.
I got more guys trolling me than women. It's like so it is what it
Right.
is. So yeah.
Right. So they would flag these guys, and these guys would have to do, whatever their name is, one, whatever their name is, two. They create all these new profiles, and then they got eventually, I guess they said, forget about it. I ain't doing another channel, and then let it go. Edward Anderson said, yeah, 08, 09. He's absolutely correct. Like back then, that's when that's pretty much when this thing jumped off, man. And we ain't never had nothing like it, man. So for me to be saying all the stuff that I've been saying, and then in my adult life, because this is me in high school, I'm saying this stuff. So in my adult life, there's YouTube, and there's these guys. At first we started off, YouTube was crazy, it was wild before Google and stuff like that. And then when these guys came along and they saying all the stuff, that I gravitated toward that in a heartbeat. I'm like, yo, these guys have been, they saying everything that I've been saying all my life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At that time, I didn't have it to, start my own channel on YouTube and this and that and the other, but I did eventually do the whole blog talk thing. But yeah, man. Yeah. About that time, 08, 09, like around that time.
If you had to look at how it was around, let's just say, 2015-ish, because how would you say it was different, to put it like that? That's what I want to know. What was different about it? What was one of the biggest differences?
In the Manosphere in 2015, I guess people call it 2.0.
Yeah, when that first got started.
I mean, I think that the pages got a little bit more elaborate, things like that. The new guys came in. I think that I want to say, a couple of guys came in with different points of view. And you had the Pookie and Ray Ray stuff since the very beginning, but you had a lot of stuff where, like, I guess the intention of the Manosphere started to kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like get wobbly a little bit. You had guys saying this, you had other guys saying that. The initial Manosphere was more hardcore. Like it was straight MGTOW type.
Yeah.
Type of energy, type of vibe. And I'm not gonna say any names, but like, guy that you had on here is like, the Manosphere could do this, the Manosphere could do that. You can't tell us what our message is. Like, we're here for this particular reason. Well, you should be doing this, and you're failing to do this, and get out of here, man. That's not what we're here for. If that's what you want to do, then you hashtag something else and you do that. That'd be your movement.
You understand? That's damn near what I told him. I think I told him something very similar to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You're talking about the same guy. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean, don't derail this because you want to kill this message because that over there is something that you think is more important. No, you handle that.
Yeah.
Because nobody said nothing when, all these talk shows had, all the good black men are dead or in jail, and black women can't find a good black man, and all this and all that. Nobody said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said nothing when the Ricky Lakes and the Tyra Banks and all these different talk shows. They had these topics that basically they gave black women a platform to throw us under the bus. Nobody had a problem with that, right? But as soon as you start a platform, you give black men a voice, a point of view, Now it's bashing. Now it's denigrating. It's you know, it's all this other stuff. And it was cool, and it still is cool to throw us under. The only real voice we had for a long time was hip hop. Was hip hop, and outside of that, I mean, even with that, like, you know, you had the, you know, the bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks type of stuff. But for the most part, you know, you had to keep your head ups and this and that. So like for the, you know, even though you had like these guys talking about what they were doing with groupies, you know, a lot of the stuff, you know, spoke respectful of black women. There's certain things you couldn't say in a rap song without it sounding crazy. So, you know, and you had the pro-black era of rap music and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, when it comes, you know, that's entertainment. When it comes to this, and I remember, I don't know who remembers Diary of a Mad Black Man. It was like a film show.
Tired Black Man, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It was a play. It was a play on Tyler Perry's Diary of a Mad Black Woman. So, but yeah, I remember that by Tim Alexander. Yep, I remember.
It's like a film short.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, when that came out, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, all this was kind of like gearing up for this sort of conversation because the narrative has been so one-sided for a long time. It's been women's point of view for a long time, whether it be on mainstream media, whether it be what they tell the children, right? Their point of view has always been, you know, men have never been able to tell their side. Black men, especially black men, have never been able to tell their side, you know, and now it is what it is, and everybody's mad about it. So they try to intellectualize all of this stuff, and they try to make it about something else. It ain't about that. It's about we are responding. This is a response.
Thank you.
Period.
That's what I've been saying for a while that a lot of people don't get. The manosphere is a counterpunch. Right. They making it seem like everything was just peaceful and just everything was just fine, and we just came and just kicked down the door and ran in there and just start talking random shit for no reason.
Right.
It's like, no, it's a counterpunch. They never seem to understand that. Victor Carter in the building with the super chat. Do appreciate you. Said good afternoon, good people. Keep it 100. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that super chat. But yeah, but no, thanks for that history, that background. I love listening to people that been, you know, been around from, you know, you've been around before what I even called the beginning, because, you know, the history as I understood it was, you know, 2015. You know, I knew it was some stuff going on before that, but I rarely even get to talk to the people that was, you know, truly around all the way back then. So yeah,
They destroyed it. They destroyed it like Zion. Like you know, the 1.0. The reason why there's a 1.0 and a 2.0 is because they destroyed it. The flagging destroyed it. You know, all of it, they flagged a lot of guys off, and there was a time where it didn't exist, but you know, then it came back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But speaking of you know, what we got going on today after it been destroyed and built back, destroyed again or whatever. Now we in this iteration of it where, and you kind of alluded to this where you said men had different Ed saying, no, we told you, but not. Okay, Ed, you one of the ones that I think that, you know, that I've gotten a little bit of history. When you one of the ones, you know, but most people can't say they was, you know, on the scene in 2006. You know, most people I talk to, but yeah, you one of the ones that give me a little history. But what was I getting at? Okay, so right now where we at, we keep running into stuff where now, and it sounds like you was alluding to it, where guys came in with different perspectives. It sounds, you know, guys started going at each other and all this and everything, and now for whatever reason, and I don't know what started it. I don't want to take credit, but it seemed like it kind of cranked back up when I did that one-on-one with one master teacher. It sounds like that reignited the passport wars in this sexual politicking and dick policing and all of this stuff that's going on. I don't know what's going on with that. And I saw, and I don't even want you to give away everything you're going to talk about, because like you said, you got a show on Saturday where you're going to be talking about the dick policing and everything. So man, just give us your take on that whole thing. What's going on now, brothers? Yeah, go ahead, you got it.
the dick policing department against, versus the black man of America. Dick policing department, man. When you say master teacher, you talking about BGS?
Oh no,
someone
one
else?
one MT, one MT.
Okay, all right. All I'm gonna say is this: black men's penis is the most heavily policed. Like, period. Like, if you put a black dick in a relationship, all the rules change, right?
Yeah, I can still hear you. I just got to step away, grab something real quick.
I got you. When you put a black dick in a relationship, every other relationship is cool. But when you put a black dick in a relationship, the rules change. You dig? The rules change. Oh, you can't do this. You got to be with this one. You got to do it this way. You can't date this age. She got to look like this. She got to be this dark. She got to be this. She got to be this. And there's all this. They need to give motherfuckers a handbook. If you're born with a black dick, you should get a handbook and a rule book, a manual on what to and not to do with your black dick. You need a manual. They need to print a manual for black men. Okay, these are the rules to owning a black dick. Okay. These are rules. You can do this. You can't do that. Oh, wait. I go. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that with a black dick. No, you can't do that. These are the rules. These are the rules. But he over there, he can do that. White man could mess with, all the Asians, the Latinas he want. That's not for you. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna give me a black one. I'm gonna give me a nice, fine black. Fine. I don't know. You can't. Fine. What do you mean fine? You mean what do you mean? In shape? Nah, you can't get in shape. Oh, she's too light for you. So many rules. Whether you going out or dating in. Okay? I tell the dudes all the time, you know what I'm saying? Masters do what they want, slaves do what they're told. Masters do what they want, slaves do what they're told. So are you a slave? If you ain't a slave, you put your dick where you want to. I'm not, nobody would put their dick at. I'm not writing no rules, no chapters, no preface, none of that. No manuals, no diagrams, no figure 1, 2 for black dick ownership. It's too much police out here. And they not just women, but men too. So I don't want to take over.
You kind of Borging, you're Borging and freezing a little bit.
Oh man, if I am, I might have to reload the page. But yeah, man. Edward John, am I still Borging?
Oh no, you back.
Okay. Let me know if I'm doing that. I'll just reload the page. But yeah, Edward Anderson says, what he says, you have to consult an attorney. Dice. Whoa.
Dice, dick investigations and customs enforcement.
That's fire. That's fire.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure he made that one up. I'm pretty sure Ed made that one up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's fire.
Yeah, that is. But no, you was trying to say something else. Okay, he said you have to consult an attorney.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, man.
Do any of that, to your knowledge, do anything remotely similar go on in the white manosphere? Anything remotely similar to what dudes? Because I mean, I understand what the women going to do. I understand black women, they're going to do what they're going to do. It's men doing it. Have you seen anything similar in the white manosphere?
The closest thing I've seen, I remember in the when MGTOW was a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like MGTOW, as far as I remember it started off with us and then it became this largely white thing, right? And these guys were basically
hold on, when you say it started out, you saying MGTOW started out with brothers. I heard somebody say that before.
Right.
Go ahead and substantiate that claim. What do you
mean? Again, this is from what I saw online. Mm-hmm. Started out with black dudes and then it kind of offshot into, like, it went from, rock and roll being, Chuck Berry to Elvis. as far as I'm concerned. And what happened was, if my memory serves me right, it went on to that demographic, and then these guys were pretty much like, you gotta swear off pussy. And we were like, that's not what we meant, but that's that's what they was talking about. Outside of that, I don't see any rules that tell white men who they can and can't date, the standard third. The only thing I would say is maybe to some degree there might be something that, as far as their parents feeling the way about them bringing a black woman home. I don't know how deep that still is, but
Yeah.
as far as them smashing something, everything's fair game.
Right.
Everything's fair game. I mean, bro, they flipping genders now. So like, and that whole movement is based on them. It's like Dave Chappelle said, that whole movement is based on what they want to do. Okay, so there's really, it's not even close. If there's a fringe amount of people telling white men who they can't and can't smash, right? That's fringe. It's nothing like that you're gonna find 10 or more Facebook groups on. You never hear white women say, "Hey man, the Asian women are taking all the good white men. The Latina woman is taking all the good white men." You never hear this stuff. There's no pro like pro white, or not even the alt right or whatever saying, don't mess with the Asians, don't mess with the Latinas, because contrary to what your man's, and we know who your man's is, contrary to what your man says, white men are the most interracially married, period. Like, half of Asian women born in this country, more than half, marry white women. More than half. Think about this. Last time I looked, it was 52%. 52% of American-born Asian women marry white men, right? Imagine that number, right? If it was black women, like, how they were divesting and swirling, right? Imagine that. But you know why this can happen, right? Because they're patriarchal. They submit. They're friendly. We know what Asian women are. We know their demeanors and things like that. You call an Asian woman strong and independent, she'll take it as an insult. This is what I've heard come out their mouths. They'll take it as an insult, right? And these are the women who, more than half of them, have been able to assimilate into interracial marriages. And our women can't do that. I don't care what they preach on the internet. They can't do it. So no, I don't to answer the question, to end off answering the question, no, I don't see a similar mechanism for white men. I think that white men mess with whoever he wants to. That's been the history of the world. That's been the history of the world, though.
Yeah. No, that's a staggering number. I didn't know that one, that that Asian women, you said close to 50% of them marry out in America. That's a staggering number. That's astronomical.
Right.
That would be a state of emergency if I mean,
right.
The sky would be falling.
Right. Asian men should be pissed.
You don't hear them say a whole lot about it. I mean, I think if you scratch beneath the surface, if you go looking, you could find them. No,
right.
I did find something where an Asian woman was talking shit about Asian men. It was a little while ago, but you don't see it out there like that. You don't see it out there like that. Right. But we got something going on here. Very very weird setup in Black America, where I love your monologue on that. I love your monologue on that. We gotta got to damn near consult an attorney and get it approved by three get it approved by three accredited individuals before we could date out or
Right.
do anything. But LB Crypto in the building says our guy Chris is living proof. Who you talking about, Chris? Who you talking about? Let me know who you talking about. He said our guy Chris is living proof. Our guy Chris is living proof. Don't know what you're talking about, but I do appreciate the super chat. Appreciate everybody in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all support the stream. You did a show. It was one of the best one of the best shows I saw, in a little while. And I just sit back and listening to it, just hearing your whole thought process on it.
Right.
It was called Black Man's Self-Defeating Patriarchy. Man, I did want to probe. I did want to probe a little deeper on that one, man. So just set up the premise of what exactly did you mean? What did you mean by that when you said the Black man's self-defeating patriarchy?
Okay, so in our culture, I feel like what we call a patriarchy is really service. It's service. It's slavery, really, but I'll be nice and call it service, right? So in order for us to, I guess, establish ourselves as men, establish our masculinity, be looked at, honorably and things like that. It has to be this dynamic where we are selfless. We basically lose our own agenda, lose our self-interest, and it's all about women and children, and not necessarily our women and children, just any woman. Like, you're in the streets and a woman is in distress and you jump in the phone booth and you turn around and your cape comes on, and this is the strong belief in our culture. And I was listening to a video of yours, and you said culture, and this is something I firmly, strongly believe. Like, I don't care what you take away from these women. I don't care. Take away the welfare in the section. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? So in this culture that we have with the self-defeating patriarchy, what we're trying to do is we're trying to validate our manhood through service. We're trying to prove that we're men by, to the people, as the how can I say, the self-serving. There's a lot of self-serving rules of what manhood is. You're not a man unless you do this for me, or you give me this, or you become this thing to me. And there's all these self-serving ideas. And, for me, being a man is being a self-sufficient adult.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to feed yourself, clothe yourself, pay your own rent. But in our culture, for men, that's not what being a man is. Being a man is being this one-way patriarch. So we used to call it self-serving. Self-defeating is because you're basically losing yourself. You're giving up yourself. You're destroying yourself, right? To obtain a title that benefits everyone but you. Benefits everyone but you, and even to some extent destroys you. And just look at life expectancy. I don't care if you don't get shot. If the police don't touch you and Pookie don't touch you, you might fall apart at around 40, 42, 43, 45.
Explain, all right, that self-defeating patriarchy, the way you described it right there, with a black man self-defeating patriarchy. Explain the difference with other men, in I guess their form of patriarchy or actual patriarchy. What's the distinct difference?
Because the distinct difference is there's a social contract.
Mm-hmm.
There's a woman's role. The women have a role, right? Now, I'm gonna give you an extreme analogy.
Go ahead.
Extreme analogy. Okay, a patriarch's job, supposedly, we ain't talking about patriarchy, the system. We're talking about patriarchy in the family. Is to provide and protect, right? quote unquote, provide and protect, right?
Mm-hmm.
In our environment, it's extremely dangerous, right? So you want the strongest man to protect you, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
find the strongest man, quote unquote, strongest. Strength is subjective, right? You find the strongest man to protect you, and you how can I say, you pay into this relationship, you serve, how can I, you contribute to this relationship. There's an understanding that I will protect and provide for you, but then you have to do X, Y, and Z. Now, here's the extreme analogy. In prison, right? Where there's men's prison, ain't nothing but men in there.
Oh shit. Now, I was geared up for this analogy to you. Go ahead.
Ain't
I'm a little worried where it's going now. I'm a little worried
right?
about where it's going.
So let's say you got a little dude, he get locked up. Maybe he evaded his taxes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What does he do? Find the biggest motherfucker possible. He becomes what? I don't want to say it.
It becomes his bitch. I mean,
Right. And what is his job as this man's bitch?
You gotta service him.
You gotta service him. You gotta clean some underwears. You got to do different things. You have to do what this man needs, maybe domestically, this, that, and the third. And what he does is make sure these other dudes don't kill you in there, because you can't do it yourself. He protects you from the other guys, right? That's what he does. He protects you from the other guys. Now, again, extreme analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in our culture, what patriarchy has become, which is not the original, because again, like I said, you talking about your June Cleavers and your Miss Mary Max and things like that. Hey honey, I'm home. Smells good in here. Ooh, what's for dinner? Yeah. Oh wow, big piece of chicken. I done worked 16 hours. I can't wait to dig in. Oh well, that was good. Oh, it's delicious. I'm gonna go watch me some TV now. Bring my pipe and slippers. This type of thing. Oh, let me rub your feet for you, babe. I'm protecting and providing. Somebody breaking here. Who going downstairs? Not you. It's gonna be me. I'm protecting and providing. I'm providing this place that we live in, and the lights and the heat and the the TV and the things, that the amenities that make life great for you and our children. And what I got to do, I got to wake up at 6 a.m., maybe 5, and go do some work, maybe get cursed at, maybe get cut, scratched, bruised for this amount of time. And that is most of my life. I spend most of my life doing that than with you. And you enjoy the benefits of that, right? You enjoy the benefits of that. What we have now is this one-way thing where women in our culture think they're too good for that. They're above that. And not only that, they want to be us. They want to do the things we do. And they think that if they excel at the things that we do, it should be attractive to us. No, I'm a man. Manly things are not attractive to me. This is what attracts you.
Right.
Right. So again, other races of women understand. Third world country women understand what men want. And what we have in our culture is women doing the direct opposite of what we want, thinking that we should accept that and still protect and provide, simply because we're men. That's your job as a man. And you have a black dick. You have a black dick. You was born with it. And this is your job. This is in the manual. This is what you're supposed to do. No matter what we do or don't do for you, No matter who we are to you, no matter what our relationship to you is, this is your job to do it, right? Even under the threat of death. You should die for us because that's your job. Your life doesn't matter if you had dreams, hopes, aspirations. None of that matters. What matters is how you're able to protect us, provide for us, and create a life for us. Forget your own. And that's self-defeating. It's slavery.
All right. So wait, hold on 1 second. 1 second. We got JBA. Shit, I can't even. What does that say? Mega Montana in the building says, "Glad I caught this at work. Keep doing. I think keep doing your thing, gentlemen. Absolutely, absolutely. Peace. AM1. See you down there. Kenneth Williams in the building with a $5 super sticker. Do appreciate that. We also got LB Crypto. Okay, you was talking about Christian Hutchinson. All right, cool. Got you on that one. Shout out to who else? I think that's everybody on that end. So, okay, that arrangement, that deal that you're talking about, do you think that deal was it more or less worth it back then? You know, when because you took us back to Lever the Beaver days and all of that. Do you think it was worth it back then, or even back then it was a bad deal? Because I think we all can agree it's a bad deal right now. It's I mean, even you gotta be real hardcore in your simping and your blue pillness to. I mean, even if you the guy that did it anyway, you understand that it's a bad deal. You're diving on a grenade. You understand that. And some men feel like, hey, that's what men. That's what we're disposable. We're men. We gotta onward soldiers go. They want to dive on a grenade. So I think everybody can agree right now it's a bad deal. But do you think back in Lever the Beaver land, do you think that it was a good deal back then?
I think that when we look in the past, we see the past in a nostalgic way, right? A lot of us grew up, with grandmothers, and if you're late 30s, early 40s, you got a grandmother, you got all these aunts and uncles. You got all these aunts and uncles, right? And all these all these aunts and uncles with different daddies, and our culture has been this way for a long time, right? And I would go out on a limb to say this, right? If you look at the third world, right? These countries that guys go to when they do their passport thing, they are still living the reality that Black people in this country lived in once upon a time, right? So like in those places, there's no safety net for women.
Right.
Now, what happens when you take a woman from a third world country and you bring them here? Right? They fall right into the culture, and they get like these women, right? So if that's true, think of it this way. I always ask, pardon me. I always ask guys, let me put this on mute. I always ask guys, I said, as much as we, praise our old aunts and our grandmothers and grandmama and great grandmama and stuff, if they had the things back then that these women do now, would they be those women?
Well, I think the simple answer to that question is those women back then, they started burning bras in the streets and protesting and doing all that shit to facilitate the making of these women. So they fought their way to do it. All of them didn't get to see it or live it. Well, some of them did, but yeah, they basically fought for it. So yeah, so the answer to that question is yes, they would. Yeah, they would.
You still had women back then that could call the police on their husband and those sorts of things. So, I mean, I guess depending on what Black woman you were with, right? You may have had it good because even now, right? You still have Black women in 2022 who are submissive, believe in a
Mm-hmm.
male-led family and things like that. So I would imagine even back then you had those women and you had these sorts of women, but they didn't have many options as they do now, right? So you had women who were, feminist or independent minded women,
Yeah.
and these are the women who you would hear, you hear things like, oh, she poured grits on her husband and did this and did that. Black men have always been abused by their black wives, and black children have always been abused by their black mothers. Let's keep it real. To
Mm-hmm.
go get the switch and take the leaves off and things, that's not white culture, that's black culture.
Mm.
Okay, so I would think that back then it probably wasn't the way it is now, but I think that it was a thing and it did exist. And I think I can't say to what extent men were going through these sorts of things where they were stuck, because back then, before the alimonies and this and that, you could walk out if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that was looked at by the rest of the community, or how far you would go, or this and that. And I think that, the reason why we got the child supports and the alimonies and things like that is because these men were probably going through things in their marriage and decided, like, you know what, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. And not to say that every guy who walked out had a great reason, but I just like today, I mean, times change, but people don't really change much. And you probably had a lot of guys going through issues and drama with their black wives even back then and decided, yo, I don't have to stay here. I'm out of here. And it's that sort of thing. But a bad
Yeah.
deal. Again, before they started putting out the things to really hold dudes down for starting a family and dipping out. I guess it was whatever you made it, or if you wanted to dip out. I mean, a lot of these guys had multiple families. That's why
Mm-hmm.
we got the light skin aunt and the dark skin aunt, and the your aunt got a different last name and all of this sorts of stuff. So I don't think much is different. I just think the culture, because the culture may have been a little different. It might have been a little different than the way it is now, but we were on our way here anyway.
Yeah. I think it is an inevitability once you put feminist ideology into a free Western civilized country where women got their freedom and their rights, we're going to end up where we're at eventually. I think every country that's moving in that direction, they're eventually going to end up here, if not worse. Shannon B has an interesting statement on the board, and I want your take on this. Yeah, I'm calling you to like you the manosphere historian today. So he
Okay.
says old manosphere wasn't even about women. Sergeant Willie Pete, Jason Black, and Tommy Sotomayor started all that crap. What's your thoughts on that?
When he say not about women, what does he mean not about women? Because
I,
because it's always been a response.
yeah.
So then school me, Shannon B, then what was it about? Because he's saying Jason Black and Tommy started all of that. I mean, Sergeant Willie Pete, Jason Black. I mean, a lot of this stuff that we call manosphere, it was about the relationship in the community, and how men were dealing with these different things. Said child support and marriage law. I mean, but
Women.
that's women. That's what I'm saying. So like I'm trying to understand. So like that's women. Child support, women, marriage, women, relationships, women. You know,
Yeah.
who the women were choosing and who was doing what to the women, and you know, yeah, it's always been about that.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. People always try to say that people are taking it in a direction to where it wasn't supposed to be. And listen, there's some individuals who be bugging, like they out there, they out there. I
Right.
know some of them. I know some of them quite well. So so there's that. But yeah,
So
my
so
understanding of it is if it's
right.
been a male response to the state of affairs regarding whether we're talking about marriage laws, child support laws, child custody laws, divorce, the whole works. You're still talking about the breakdown in relationships with women. So there's no way around that. Women was here from the start. That's what it's been about. That's probably what it always be about to some degree. He says, no, it wasn't. Telling men to stop making random babies be about yourself. Is he saying it was about telling men to stop making random babies? I don't know.
I don't know, but I mean, again, that may have been the particular message of a particular person, but just understand that the manosphere has been speaking about women. Now, as far as getting laws changed and stuff like that, that's men's rights advocate. You know what I'm saying? That's the MRA movement. Not to say that we didn't speak on those things, because we did. You know, we spoke on all things affecting black men, but you know, those things affect all men, like child support and things like that, getting laws changed. But what was unique to us is the way that black women were dragging our names through the mud in mainstream media. So we were responding to that. We were, you know, but he's right. He's saying, you know, stop making random babies. But that was more like, I remember Thugtician saying, you know, don't marry these women, don't have kids with them, right? Because the way it's set up, it's not working in your favor. So kind of like withdraw from that contract, because it's a bad contract. That's what a lot of these guys were saying.
And I think that's still, for the most part, going on. Like, it's very few who are advocating for full-blown state-sanctioned marriage. Very few who advocate for that. There are some that are at that you know, believe in, you know, patriarchy, or as BGS will call it, a pseudo patriarchy, if that, you know, where you're a man and you're leading your household or whatever. Yeah, they do believe that man should be leading his household and in control of his kids, and the whole works like that. You know, talk about all these single mothers are a problem and all of that. So some men do think that, hey, if you got I'm reminded of your video where you talking about shank. That was funny as hell. You had to, but yeah. Some men are of the belief, and I do lean this way, but it's easy for me to say that because, like, okay, I got married all the way back when I was, you know, 19 in Blue Pill, got my kids then, and then had a divorce, and then went through a hellish custody battle and got custody. So it's like I got my kids, so I got everything I want. You know, not everything I want, but you know, I got my kids. So I do understand the perspective of the man who does want children, does want a family, but you can't get it in this current system. So some people would like to see the system that's broken get fixed, you know, or maybe they can get it in the current system, but it's like you said, it's like, and I'll let you go ahead and set it up. It's like, yeah, we get into that. We gonna get into that. No, we gonna get into that. We gonna get into that.
Okay. All right. I'll hold that back.
But yeah, it's like, but sort of like you said, is that 80% chance you walk into a building. It's an 80% chance you gonna be able to have sex with some chick with a big old bubble butt, and it's gonna be wonderful. No, it's a 20% chance that's gonna happen. 20% chance that's gonna happen. The other 80% chance you walk in that building, you're gonna get shanked in the back in a vital organ.
Right.
Are you walking in that? Right. Are you walking in that building for a chance to get to that bubble ass?
Right.
Some dudes say, bring it on.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. And there's bubble ass outside. Let's include that. There's bubble ass outside. There's bubble ass outside. Hey, man, we go down the block, man. There's bubble ass down there. But nah, man, the bubble ass in there is mine. It belongs to me. It's not community bubble ass. See, the promise of exclusive bubble ass at 20% is inside. But there's an 80% chance you get shanked in the vital organ. Yeah, man, but that's you thinking negative, man. Why you thinking like that, man? See, you ain't a real man. See, real man ain't scared to get shanked in the vital organ, man. Real man want exclusive bubble ass, man. So I'm going in there. You wait out here. You go in there and shank. He get thrown out the back door. And now he's a red pill guy. See, man, you go in there, you get shanked, man. I'm trying to warn all you guys. Nah, don't tell me that now. I told you not to go in there. You know? He said, oh God, this guy is here. Yes, JC the Conqueror said, oh God, this guy is here. Yes, I am here.
Hey, I told y'all at the start of the show, yeah, he got some of the best content going on in this space. I saw the link to his chat being dropped through there, so y'all get the spam out the link to his chat. Y'all can go subscribe to this brother. Definitely, yes. There it is, right there. Thank you. But yeah, y'all definitely go and subscribe to him. Some of the best content going right now. Very, very entertaining. With, as y'all can see, a lot of hardcore truth bombs being dropped too in the midst of the entertaining.
Oh, he says he's talking about somebody in the chat. Yeah, but shout out to JC the Conqueror. Yeah. So, I what I just don't understand is, with all, like, we're on here, and I think that a lot of people, I would speak for me. A lot of me and a lot of other guys are here to give information. There's a younger generation of men. I remember having a conversation with a guy in New York, because I'm originally from New York. I live out here on the West Coast, but I'm from Brooklyn, right? So I'm in Brooklyn. I'm having a conversation with this young kid, and he's like, he never heard the word alimony. Like, I'm serious. Like, I said, he's like, what's alimony? Like, what? You see what I'm saying? Like, the absence of men in these young boys' lives. We preparing the girls like a motherfucker, right? But we're not preparing the men, not only for the world, but for relationships and what could happen to them, because our women get told everything about all the bad things that we might do to them.
Right.
But nobody's telling these guys, because they don't want to discourage these men from entering. There's a lot of men who are in the building getting stabbed up, come out the building bleeding, talking about, hey man, go in there, man, it's not bad. These guys, these patriarchs, these self-defeating patriarchs who are lying to young men about their situation, encouraging them to follow suit. How can you, the women from the old days are telling these women, no, don't do what I did, be strong and independent. But we're telling the men, no, go and provide and protect and be self-loathing. Or you're a bad guy. You're the villain. They're telling them that, knowing a lot of these old boomers, they're telling these young men to enter into these, bad deals without telling them what they're going through. They lie because they want to keep up appearances, traditions, and things of that nature. It's not, that's foul. That's that's whack. You know what I mean? So I forget the question, man.
I don't even know if it was a question. I think we were just talking. I don't even know.
Right.
But no, I'll take it in this direction. Let's go ahead and go here with it, because it's something that I talk about from time to time, and this is where I've been at with it for a while, and this is one of the few positions that I'm shaky on, because I don't I admit I don't have all the answer sway on this one. I don't got all the answer sway, but the fact of the matter is, if you look at all the problems with brothers in this country, every area where we're coming up short, then we look at the data of 2-parent households where people actually make it work. They actually get together and make it work. And we see the outcomes of those kids, those black kids. Hey, they have outcomes very similar to white people in this country. So that tells me that, hey, black men and black women figuring this shit out, making it work, would produce better outcomes for black people, better outcomes for black boys who will grow up and become better black men then we'll stop, overall looking like the retarded kid in the country. I'm like, hey, I would like to see that get worked out. I would like to see it get worked out, but I can't advocate for men taking the bad deal. But I don't feel right just saying, fuck it, let it burn. I don't. So like, so I legit don't know where to go with that one because I am pro-family. The idea, the concept, the patriarchy, all of that sounds wonderful. That sounds good, you know, but right now, as it stands, I can't in clear conscience tell men, you know, onward Christian soldier, go do it. You know, so
Right.
so how do you square that round? How do you square that round hole or whatever the saying is? Go.
So yeah, like you say clear conscience. I say in good faith, right? I can't in good faith tell. You know, I literally said this yesterday and the day before. I said I can't in good faith tell young black men to pursue to use their, you know, their lives, their time and their energy and their resources to dedicate to this idea of creating a patriarchy that resembles other patriarchies, because the women that we have in particular are not conducive. They're not, they don't want it. I tell men all the time, they don't want what you want. They don't. Now, if you take it upon yourself, you want to, you know, chase that dream, that aspiration. I can't tell you what to do. You're a grown man. Do what you do.
Right.
But I can recommend. I wouldn't do it. Right. So now you say, well, and you can in good conscience say, let it burn. Listen, it's on fire already.
Right.
The only thing that we would be trying to do is put the fire out. Right now, nobody's giving us water. See, we're expected to put this fire out, but we don't have a fire engine. We don't got water. We have nothing. Nobody's giving us anything. You know who they're giving the fire engine and the water to? The women. The women. And they didn't want to start the fire.
No, they giving them more gasoline. That's what they giving them.
Right. You know, the system gave them the book of matches and they started the fire. So I tell men SYSBM all day. Right now, family would be nice. It would be nice. If you want a family, you can't do it here. The culture and you know, the political legal setup is against you. If you want to enter the building and 80% chance, where do he get that 80%? Look up, divorce rates in black homes, not the overall, but in black homes, black marriages, the divorce rate, 80%. If you want, I mean, the lotto chances is worse than that. You more likely to get that stab to the stomach than win the lottery. If you think the shit like that your outcome is going to be different than 80% of men in this country, have at it. Prove me wrong. Cool. But I tell family-minded men, if you want it, you got to leave here. Now, if you don't want to leave here, SYSBM. But trying to, all this, like the man said, save the community and all of this other stuff. Yes, it is the community. It is the community, and it's already on fire. You don't have the hose. You don't have the water. There's nothing you can do, okay, to put this fire out, right? So let me see.
What are you
I'm sorry. I'm reading Shannon B.
Yeah,
Shannon B. Let me address him real quick. Shannon B. Earlier, he said that the early manosphere wasn't about marriage. He's right. See, understand, Shannon. Me and you agree more than we don't. Like, again, it's not like where you're saying, well, it's not about women. It is, but I think that what we're having is a semantic misunderstanding, right? So we agree. It's not that we disagree. We do agree. They were not about marriage. They were about, listen, man, like walk away from that because it's not a good deal for you. And that's where I am in 2022. I adhere to that message. Again, you want the black community is a dub. If you're not from New York, that means, it's a wrap. right? I'm using New York slang. There are different places in this country where you have like small, successful black communities. They do exist. And in those communities where the black people make a decent amount of money, you don't have crime like the hood.
Right.
Which means like we've been talking, like you've been saying earlier, like if you put two parents in a home, you get good incomes, nice area, nice house, this, that, and third, you get good outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
You get good outcomes. You don't get white outcomes, but you get better outcomes than the hood, which is the matriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So with all of those things, right? With all those things, again, you have the women who are that the culture says, no, we don't want that because that comes with our, payment into it. We want to be free. We want to do what we want. We want to say what we want, look how we want, be where we want to be, deal with who we want to deal with. And what people don't understand is that autonomy and that freedom, they want that more than all the things that come with a properly running black community.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's more important to them to be, to be ratchet and this, that, and the other, because these are their expressions of rebellion and freedom.
Yeah.
And that's power, and it comes with power. And also, while they're being free and we're running circles around black men and all this other stuff because you're standing on the shoulders of white supremacy, right? While you're doing that, you're talking about you're doing all this. At the same time, simultaneously, they're victims.
Oh yeah, we call that the victim queen over here.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Because victimhood is lucrative.
Mm-hmm.
If you play, look at it's not just them. There's a lot of groups, and I won't name these groups. I don't want to take off any algorithms on YouTube, but there's a lot of different groups that play the victim card, black women being one of them. And I just did a video called Black Women's Protected Status in America. We talk about Brittany Griner and the fact that they about to trade an arms dealer to get her home, and she messed up sneaking some weed into the country. Can you imagine if LeBron did it? If LeBron did it, and everybody said, well, LeBron won't do that. But let's play the game. If LeBron did that, everybody be like, he shouldn't have did that. He know better. He shouldn't have did that. Oh man, why would he do that? He know better. He know better. He know better. But oh my God, she's Time Magazine. Oh my God, she's a now political figure of injustice and freedom. Come on, man. Knock it off.
Yeah. All right. OG Speed, the resident old nigga over here. We let him out the attic, and he come down and he say a little something. And he says that no, this cannot be the victim Victim Olympics. That's how he spell, and that's how he talk to Victim Olympics right about now. I think he said I think he typed that.
I see what you're saying. This can't be Victim Olympus right now.
I think you said that when you were talking about the state of things and how and why black men need to walk off, so to speak.
So he's calling it the Victim Olympics. Yeah, that's how I read that.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that? Because I don't necessarily hear victimhood in that. I didn't hear victimhood in what you're saying. I heard you giving an analysis of the situation in your response or reaction to it. But so I don't know if you wanted to respond to his statement. But real quick, Jack, go ahead.
Right. No. You can get the super.
Well, yeah. Shout out to Jackie Jack. Thank you for that. For the super chat, do appreciate that. And I think. Oh wait, no, that's it. That was the last one. There was a few comments that was starred by the admin. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Hood Conservative. Good points there. Good points there. All right. Just trying to see all the starred comments. We'll get into that. We'll get into that.
Oh man,
we'll get into that. I don't know why. I'll hold my comment. I'll get your raw thoughts on that when I'm gonna hold my commentary on it. But that's on the list. Let me write that down. Make sure
How you say his name? Deramina. I gotta get my camera back. What I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, Deronomer, Deronomer, something like that.
Deramina.
Versus
Yeah, we gonna get to you. It's a very interesting
yeah.
question.
I'm definitely going to get to that. But yeah, I don't know if you want to respond to the whole the charge up of perpetuating a victim mentality. Because I tend to say, I mean, I make sure that I'm not doing that over here because I don't like to, be on some victimhood stuff because I like to charge up black women with that because they be guilty as hell of it. And I tend to call out black men when they start playing the victim. But I don't think what you was doing was victimhood. So when you get that back, you can respond to that one.
I'm right here. What I'll say to him is, he's saying, we're playing the Victim Olympics. That got to be substantiated because, what am I saying that, um, is being done to black men? I mean, there's a lot of things that I can say, but I haven't said them. What I'm saying is what men need to do is walk away from a bad deal. If you're working somewhere and you're in a union and they're offering you a bad deal, you walk away from that bad deal. That's not being a victim. That's being a negotiator and being a good one. And I've said before, I think that black men are bad negotiators.
Mm,
They take bad deals because they have been trained to do so. They have been conditioned to do so. They have been, raised in culture to do so.
yeah. Yeah. That's definitely a thing. Definitely a thing. We're gonna let's go ahead and get into this. Where's it at? Tricks versus game debate. What's your thoughts on that one?
All right. And while I talk, I'm gonna try to get my camera back on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me see. I might have to restart. I might have to reload my my page, but my tab. But as far as what is it? What was it? Lames versus
No, he said
game or
tricks.
game?
Hold on, wait, hold on. He says, curious what Keep It 100's take on this latest tricks versus game debate. That's apparently a debate that's going on in this space. So that I guess started from the passport bros, been getting a lot of traction and everything, been talking about going overseas and
Right. I've
taking
seen
taking
some of that.
taking that flight and everybody just uh shout out to Edward Anderson with he said he called it NUT we called it nut no nigga what he call no NNUT no nigga you tricking like basically that's what it is
Right.
that's the response to brothers getting on the plane going over there. They say nope you can't do that. They smacking the wrist. Nope, you tricking. That's no shame on
Right.
you. Stop
Right.
tricking.
Right.
Like so
Just
yeah,
going
so go what's your thoughts on that?
before I go into I'm going to very quickly reload this so I can get this camera back.
Oh yeah, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. I'll try to look at some comments real quick. Says dude's red pill until the girl who curves them agrees to go on that date. Then he's all about we need to protect black women. You know what? I didn't believe that whole concept that people be always saying that some dudes are just one blowjob away. I didn't believe that was true. I've seen a lot of things recently that has converted me over to where, yeah, that's the thing. Some dudes really are, and it's messed up. I personally don't understand it, you know, the, like, but see, here's the thing with me, and I'm not even trying to get too much into it, but not not receiving a BJ had nothing to do with the position that I take on women. Nothing to do with it. I was receiving I was receiving them before I started my channel and during while my channel was still going on. So that like receiving a BJ or not receiving a BJ was never the issue for me. It was a whole nother issue with just the overall culture and social dynamics between modern American, just Western men and women, or more specifically, Black American men and women. The overall dynamics between that. Basically, a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about here. We're not talking about, ability or inability to get your dick wet. That's a different conversation for a different channel. So, but yeah, you are right that there are some dudes who've been in this space who just, they walking around just one away. Yeah, no doubt. But I think you're ready.
Right. So I want to touch on that for a second. Right. You can hear me good?
Yeah, you good.
All right. So what he just said, I 1,000% agree with. There's a lot of guys like that. I know a lot of. I grew up with guys like that, where it's like, you red pill, red pill, red pill, red pill, red pill, and then you get in a relationship, then you blue pill, then you get out, then you red pill again, then you blue pill, then you red light, green light, red light, green light.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, bro. Like, first of all, red pill is an awareness. I think that people get this confused. Red pill, which of course the term comes from the Matrix, right? It's an awareness of not just, for me, it's not just female nature, it's human nature. Like I've always been someone like who studied just human nature, psychology, the basics, of how people operate and move, and I've observed people and different things like that, right? And when it comes to red pill awareness, your current failures or success with women does not change the nature of what women are. Just you find a tiger and you raise it from a cub into a nice tiger that doesn't eat people, doesn't change the nature of tigers. Tigers are still tigers, right? So red pill is just an awareness of the base nature of how women operate. That's is a point of view. Is so again, you can't. Red pill itself does not change because your point of view or your experience with women changes. That's like if some white people treat you nice, then there's no more white supremacy. That doesn't exist, right? Because the cops don't beat you up, right? So people are confusing their personal experience with the nature of something. So I want to get to your question that you asked before.
The game and tricking. Hold on.
The game versus having game versus tricking.
There we go.
This is the thing, right? Let me start here. I'm gonna touch on these things Saturday, right?
Okay.
This is more dick policing. Okay. Telling a man that, you gotta have game. I'm trying to understand, because I hear game coaches say that, and they have a financial interest in telling men that they gotta have game. Now, when I was in my 20s, we made fun of the dudes that had to pay, right? But you get older and you realize some guys got to pay, right? Everybody ain't got game. Everybody ain't super handsome. Everybody, nah. But as far as 2022 is concerned, what we have done, shout out to Mr. Donnie Mac, I see you. What we have done is we have removed the stigma of hoeing. We've removed the stigma of selling the box. You can't say it's cool to sell a box and say it's not cool to buy the box. How does that work? How do you have one? I'm sorry?
No, it's dudes in this space who be claiming to be pimps, but be criticizing dudes for tricking. I'm like...
Now, one thing I will say, don't be out here tricking and bragging like, I get mad buzzy. Well, I would too if I bought it. Now that's where I draw the line. Don't be out here playing like you some you know, Marcus Graham or Boomerang, and you out here tricking. That's cool. I'm not, but again, however you obtain it, other than stealing it, okay, outside of stealing the pussy, I advocate for whatever method you, whether you dress sharp or you got a nice car or you know you fly out. Listen, as far as we talking about the game versus the tricks, again, like everybody ain't built smooth, and you know, game is something, or you know, the ability to you know persuade this and that, like that's a muscle you have to build.
Yeah.
Right. I think that I do believe that if one works at it, one can acquire social skills, because game is nothing but social skills.
Right. Yeah.
It's just social skills. Get you, if you can get you some social skills, but if you trying to smash something today and social skills are 5 years down the line, then you might got the trick.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will say about tricking is if you trick, don't trick for the promise of pussy, trick on pussy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take girls out on 8 dates trying to smash. Don't do that. If you're going to trick, how much is the pussy? How much? And then, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you ain't tricking if you 8 dates in and still got your fingers crossed. You ain't tricking, you're simping.
You're getting tricked. You're getting tricked.
Yeah.
You ain't getting tricked. You ain't tricking, you're getting tricked.
Really,
I'm just saying. You're getting tricked.
True. Yeah.
You're getting tricked into thinking you're tricking, you're getting tricked. Yeah, and which is simping. Yes.
Yeah. I don't even understand why this is a thing. I mean, I think you called it right. It's more dick policing. I love that you said that, you know, having game, that's a muscle that everybody don't have. You could develop it like you could develop muscles in the gym, but some people just don't got it. It's a certain smoothness that, you know, when I got out there post-divorce, like I didn't have it. I just happened to be, you know, in a decent, you know, I'm, you know, 6'1", dark-skinned brother, and you know, so it was some women. It was some women who I was their type. I'll say that. It was some women I was their type, but I wasn't just some verbally smooth dude. I had to work on it. Even then, I think I just got average at it. But so I understand. I understand. Everybody just not that verbal seduction master like that. Everybody ain't got it. So whatever somebody doing to win, however they define winning, as long as they tally up the cost and like, hey, I can manage this, I can afford this, I can this ain't about to, I'm not about to go under doing this, you know. Hey, I don't understand where the problem comes in, especially when it comes to hating on brothers who getting their passport, going on. And I've never been, other than Canada. I mean, I live in Michigan, so going to Canada ain't nothing. So, but so
right. You can see it.
So other yeah, you know, literally, you can see Canada from Detroit.
Canada,
you know? Yeah, literally.
It bugged me out, but yeah.
Yeah, it bugged me out too. I was on I was at Detroit along the Riverwalk, and you know, it was music playing, and you know, we out there hanging out, and our music stopped, and then I heard some other music. I looked off, and I'm like, damn, that's their music over in Canada across the river. They partying too. I'm like, oh shit, this is crazy. But but yeah. So but I say this as somebody who has never been out the country, you know, other than Canada. So I'm like, I don't understand why brothers who, one, if you could afford to be traveling, getting out of the country 2-3 times a year, one, it take money to do that. So these ain't no bum dudes. These are successful dudes who doing decent, who getting on a plane, traveling, seeing the world, and you know, dropping a little something on some exotical mamacita senoritas. Like, how is that a problem?
So let's touch on that, because I've been out the country.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing I'll say about the Detroit thing, the first time I went to Detroit, and I was down, like you said, by the water or whatever, down there by the where they got the I think it's the GMC or one of those auto things. It's like a museum. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I'm looking across the water, and I ain't never been to Detroit. I'm like, what's that? They like, that's Canada. I'm like, what? You can see Canada from here.
Yeah.
it bugged me out. I'm a New Yorker, like, like, what?
Yeah.
Okay, flip me,
Yeah,
it was wild.
it was close enough to where like I can swim, but I would probably
Right,
drown. I would probably drown trying to make it. But Michael Phelps could
right,
definitely swim from Detroit to
right,
Canada.
right. It was
I'm
just wild.
yeah, yeah.
Now, I was one of those guys, right? That, I had the girls, right? I had the girls, guys be like, yo, man, we going to DR. You coming? I'm like, nah. I was one of those too cool to go to DR, too cool to go out of the country for women guys, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
again, I told you, I shoot the girls, this and that and the third. So, I had different guys who were in the industry telling me, hey, man, yo, we putting together a trip. You should come with us. Yo, it's crazy. Da 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 da. I'm
Nah,
like, I get,
you had a
huh?
perfect funnel over here because you was in the business with the women basically. So you
I
had
mean,
that.
that's
You had a
part of it. But
yeah.
I've been doing this before that, right?
Okay. All right. All right.
But it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah.
hurt. So check it out. Finally, they convinced me to go. For years, it's like, nah, I'm too cool. I'm thinking, I don't need that. I don't need it. That's for those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until you go, right? So what I did was I rationalized to myself because I brought a bunch of camera stuff out there. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go out there, make it a business trip. I'm gonna shoot some girls down there, get some content for the magazine, for the website, this and that and third. That's the reason I'm gonna go. And if I fuck with some girls down there, it is what it is. But I've made it in my head. I made it a business trip. Let me tell you why, guys. Now that I've been there, tell you the story that nobody's telling.
Uh-oh.
Okay, the women is part of it. The women is part of it. But let
Mm-hmm.
me tell you, when you go down there, they treat you like a king. When I say they, I mean everybody. Everybody. Because when you go down there, you're not black, you're American. I want the men who haven't been down there to understand this. When you go down there, you're not black, you're American. You're American. So you get down there, and not only the women, but all the stuff that we deal with here, where people are looking at it, the police are looking at us crazy, or you go in a restaurant and the business is crazy because you're black, and all of that sideways treatment that black men deal with when they're here. That shit is dead down there. Understand, I had a guy like clean my sneaker with a toothbrush. Oh, can I clean it? I said, nah, I'm good. Bro, the dude started cleaning my sneaker. And he did it so good, I had to let him clean the other one because they didn't match anymore. And that's some, how the old man Otis is shine the white man's shoes. That's how I felt. I felt like a white person. I felt like a white person in DR. Because when you go down there, you're rich. You are rich to them. Just your regular shit, your regular clothes. They don't dress like that. They know you don't belong there. You are rich. So not only do the women, like if you want to feel like Drake or one of these people, that's where you go. Because that's who you are in that environment. That's why I would go. It's not about, for me, it's not about the women. It's like, yo, here, yeah, uneducated lady says, felt great. Yes. And I'll tell you something else. I bumped into a couple of guys down there that I know in the business, photographers. Some of these guys I didn't know. A couple of them I knew, but some of these guys I didn't know, but they knew who I was, from the internet, magazine, and stuff like that. I walk into this bar, and there's a bunch of them. And these are guys that go down there all the time. It was my first time to DR. They down there all the time. Everybody's happy and festive. So the guy, he got a girl with him, big old booty. Hey, this is my man Marcus, man. Hey, he got a magazine. You should shoot for him. Hey, turn around and show him what you're working with. So she turns around and she sticks her ass out.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, go ahead, Poppy. Like, she wants me to squeeze the ass. And I squeezed the ass. And we all laughing. And I say that to say this cutthroat shit that black men got in America with each other over black women down there, everybody it's like you go down there and you meet other black men, and it's real like brotherhood, because nobody's fighting for pussy, because there's too much. There's too much. You will get tired of having sex in DR. It will happen to you. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your sex drive is. You will get tired of smashing. Yeah. I'm looking at my camera. Somebody said, somebody don't look in their camera. I'm looking at my camera. You will get tired of smashing in DR. Understand that it is bigger than, understand this to me, America is DR for white men, especially the hood. It is, how can I say, it's an ego booster to be in a place where you're being treated this well. It's not about just pussy. And I want men to understand this. I want women to understand this, that if black culture mimic this in any way, you would see the type of progress that you want to see. Because there's a brother that would be less, nobody would be fighting over women. That's what we're doing. These women got us killing each other. It was crazy for me to see this. These are things, if I'm down there, I'm okay, you fuck around with a few women, but beyond that, that's what I got from it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. The solo traveler ORD in the building says being respected as a man is the difference. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Toya, the Texan in the building, says, thanks for the reminder. Jackie Jack, supporting black male media is a vibe. Hashtag black men are the bee's knees. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Man, you said some good stuff there. You said some good stuff there. Definitely drop some bombs. Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to this brother. Definitely channel needs some more subs over there, man. He be dropping a lot of truth bombs. Everybody been missing out on it. I'm late to the party. I just found out about his channel a month ago. So yeah, I definitely need to go on over there. I know some of the moderators got the link that I'm looking for it right now, so I can click on it and put it on the screen. But y'all go and subscribe. You talked about something on your channel, and we'll open this up. Pretty soon. Get a panel going on up here. But you talked about something on your channel where and this is interesting, because some stats got floated out in this space that was essentially thank you Jackie, some stats got floated out in this space that was referring to how married men live longer. Now, I didn't think that much of it. I said, I guess it kind of makes sense. You got somebody right there next to you, making sure you're going and getting your checkups or whatever. Who people get old, and they, men can be stubborn. They don't want. Who the hell want to go get their prostate checked? So right. somebody elbowing you to go do it. Okay, fine. Okay, maybe add a few years onto his life. Great. But you pointed out something. It was something that was misleading about those stats. So go ahead and explain that one.
So I've heard that for some time myself, and what my man put me on to, shout out to Kyle and Megatron. I think that's where I remember getting it from, or either it was him or it was Davi Migtal, I forget. One of them told me that stat was based on not single men but divorced men.
Mm-hmm.
So when they were comparing married men to not married men, they were comparing them to divorced men.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody lives longer than divorced men. So that was the trick bag. So a single is never married, never been married. That's why when you fill out a job application or anything else that asks you your marital status, there's a box for single, there's a box for divorce, there's a box for widow. Single means you ain't never walked down the aisle and put a ring on. And I tell single mothers that all the time too. You're like, well, what about divorced women? No, those are divorced women because they were married, they got a divorce. Or they were married and their husband died and they're widowed. These are categories. Okay. You're single, meaning you're by yourself, but your marital status, single is never been married. And never been married men, they didn't use their stats, they used men who are no longer married stats to say that married men live longer. That's the comparison that they did. Okay, so that's a little bit misleading, and this is just more stuff to encourage men to, make these deals. Another thing is they say that, well, married men make more. Well, of course they do. They have to. I argue that married men working more to support more people will put you in an early grave, right? But they make more, of course. Our man, and we know who our man is, he has to support 6 children and a wife. This man, if he can remember where the bedroom is in his house, I'll be surprised. You gonna make a left here? Which way is it, babe? Right? And that's something he'll tell you. Okay? So while he's driving around the USA, right?
Mm-hmm.
For all those hours and not coming home, of course he's tallying up, but that money that's coming in is quickly going out because there's expenses. Mm-hmm. If single men if single men worked like married men, I already know who that is. If single men worked like married men, they'd be rich. I don't care what job you work in. If you work the hours of a married man, all that money is yours. There was something else that was misleading. Oh, the other stat, I want to point to this. I know you didn't ask, but I'm gonna throw this in there.
Go ahead.
That earlier you said that most Black men are childless, and that's truth. Most Black men do not have children. Mm-hmm. But someone pull up a stat says, well, Black men are fathers by age 40. That's what they said, right? So whack. What does that mean? Okay, so you mean it was 80%. That was the number. 80% of Black men are fathers by age 40. Let me tell you 2 things wrong with that. Number one, the majority of Black men aren't 40 and above. They're not. You can Google that. The majority of Black men are way younger than that. I mean, we all know the number 4 cause of death for Black men in this country is homicide. Most motherfuckers don't make it to 40. So you're using the argument to say that 80%, what he tried to do, and when I say he, I do mean our friend, that 80% of Black men have children. He misused that 80% by age 40 to say, well, 80% of Black men have children, right? That's number one. Number two is also what he's not telling you is a lot of these men are stepdads. They're not biological fathers. Mm-hmm. So they marry into situations where they're now taking care of kids. They became fathers by marriage.
Right.
So this is a disingenuous thing. You see these types of lying with stats, like and all of this is to make it look like we're irresponsibly having kids. When if you think about the age range, you would also say that most of those men are married men. Mm-hmm. Right. So tell me how many, Mr. Sir, how many of those above 40, 80% are biological dads who are deadbeats? But let's keep it moving, sir.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and say it for those who are trying to figure out. Well, first off, I respect you not just throwing the name out there. that was a respectful thing to do on my channel, but I'll say it because you talking about a Mary Brown's ass. That's who we talking about, a Mary Brown.
First of all, y'all need to watch all the damn shows, and y'all would know.
Ed knew who he was talking about. Ed keep his ear to the streets. He knew who you was talking about.
Well, I was there. I mean,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I was trying to
Yeah.
say, dude, you're not reading them stats right. You don't want
Yeah.
to raise your hand, get in front of the class, and look like an idiot. I'm trying to help you out.
He doesn't
No,
have a problem
man.
with that.
Yeah, but let me read these super chats before I pass it to Ed. But DC in the building says, "Hey brother, I'm going to the DR for Super Bowl weekend." Okay, that's what's up. He says, "Bernard, I'm disappointed in you. You supposed to be the Black Jay Leno / Don King. We want passport bros versus game coaches in a debate. You want a cage match? That's what you want." He says,
Well,
"Give us what we want."
well, check this out. They look. I got 30 days on Facebook. I always get banned, right? I got banned yesterday. They banned me yesterday on Facebook. Now I've gone toe to toe with some game coaches. I ain't gonna say who's the names of them guys either, but I'd say probably the most notable game coach on YouTube. Me and him go back and forth on Facebook all the time with his theories and game. His answer is, well, you just don't have game. And I'm like, dog, uh me my history and my reputation is notorious, bro. You can learn a couple things from me. And nah, you don't get to tell me that I don't have game, because I got receipts that you might not have. But yeah, we've done that before. We've done.
Yeah,
I've
that
gone back.
that is an interesting thing that I did want to get into, because the passport tricking discussion and all of that
Right.
is normally framed from a guy who's, okay, he's lame, he's square, he's corny, he's socially awkward, he can't get on with the women in this market, so he have to go over there. I like it when I hear brothers. When I had one MT on, he's somebody who they can't pin those charges on. You've been out the country. They can't pin that. They can't pin that on you. I mean, if I understand it right, you're a workout fitness dude. If I understand it right,
Yeah.
that's yeah. I thought
Yeah.
yeah. I
Absolutely.
thought yeah. I thought I saw some. Yeah. You
Yeah.
you ain't
All
got no
day.
problem with the ladies. Yeah. You ain't got no
No.
problem with the ladies. Yeah.
No.
So yeah. No. Yeah. So
Well,
I,
well, getting their attention. No.
yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So
No.
I'm like, it's dudes who don't even fit the stereotype that still go over there, travel, and come back and be like, "Oh yeah, that's a better deal. That's a better deal." But
Right.
anyway, Deacon Dave in the building says, "I already know the answer, but ask the brother if the female hygiene is better or worse in the DR." That could
Uh,
be worse. It's a
uh,
third world
yeah.
country, right?
I I've not run into that issue down there.
You haven't. Okay.
No, not at all. They have soap and hot water in DR, and they use it.
The
Cool.
the
I don't.
problem is culture. That's another thing y'all see. What y'all think? See, the problem with black
Wait,
people.
hold on,
Oh,
Ed.
oh, he about to go in.
I think I got
Not,
one more.
I'm
Wait,
gonna
hold
be
on.
cool
Oh, wait,
this
no, that's
time.
it. Oh no, you're gonna do your thing, Ed. I just wanted to make sure I got them all. Thank you, everybody who's supporting the stream. All right, that's it. I got them all. Go ahead, Ed. You got it. Go ahead and go in.
All right, so one thing I'm gonna say is we're all older dudes on here. I mean, I'm probably the youngest. I'm 35.
Mm-hmm.
I keep warning y'all, these Z's don't have the same governors on them, as far as limiting what they gonna say. Tell me why Austin was 3 minutes in the Melanie King interview talking about the pH balance
Mm,
of women here. And
mm,
if you gotta listen to what he says, because he was talking, this is a 23-year-old talking about how pleasantly surprised he was when he went, to Brazil, and how he went from chick to chick to chick, and that wasn't an issue. Now, this is a guy from Texas. Now, you can look at him and know he's more like a select dude. As in
Yeah.
nobody's gonna look at him and say, "Oh, I don't think he's getting any kind of chick." I mean, he's got the tattoos, he's got all that. And she ended up cutting that shit short. That shit ended up being 30 minutes because she realized that this is not gonna go the way I think, and she don't want to get beat up by the women anymore. And it's
Wait, Ed, I
crazy.
got a quick question. Ed, did he just randomly call in, or was he like an invited guest? Like,
No,
how did that?
it was an invited interview. He actually posted it 2 days
Oh,
before on his thing saying that it was going to be done. So she reached out to him to interview him. That's what she did. So it wasn't something where he just showed up. No, people are reaching out to him because they probably think he's gonna. I would be surprised if he's gonna blow up because he got the look. you know,
Yeah.
of some, you know,
Yeah.
and he's traveling. You know, our dudes channels, the travel channels tend to blow up on their own if they're visual. And then, you know, people are sharing him because he came up via TikTok, but I won't make it about him. I did link that thing in the back for both of you all to check out. Now, technically, he unlisted it, but this guy, well, I put who it is in the back. Darius was on there in the beginning, and then it was something on there in the end. And what he said about them game coaches going in it, it was good stuff in the end. And there's a reason he unlisted it. I'll say that. Because it wasn't the best looks for some of these people that want to kind of talk shit about Passport Bros. I was actually very proud of them. But this one of the things that I'll get to that later. Let me start to the other thing. What a lot of people don't understand is most black men. This is the thing I want to ask you because I don't want to start me going ahead and doing soliloquies. I'm sure you got better shit than do. Hear that. One thing that's not talked about. And as a guy that was in here from the beginning, this annoys me so bad. What you said about how dudes are treated outside of just the women was spot on too. And that is something that's not talked about.
Right.
The other thing that's not talked about is black women have about 20. Last time I checked, 20% of Americans have passports. Now that's actually come up since Trump.
No,
that's like 26, 27% now. It actually had a big jump.
Right. I know where you're going. I was going to say it earlier, but I missed it.
Okay. So I'm glad to remind you.
Well,
so
you say it.
Only about 6% or 7% now of African Americans as a whole have passports. That's including non-ADOs, which it makes more sense for them to have passports. Right. Here's the thing, though. I've estimated that only 600,000 black men that are ADOs, non-military, have passports. Very small number, but that's not where I'm going. Let me go where you talk about I'm going.
I know
black women have more passports than black men. Black women travel more than black men. Black women pay for dick.
There we go.
A hell of a lot more.
There we go.
Fuck Hostella got her groove back. Fuck fiction media. There's a book. This is one example. Shout out to Dennis Sperling because he actually opened this book up. It is called The Pursuit of Happiness, like a black woman's journey, intersectionalism bullshit. This is actually written by a black woman by the name of Bianca. It's in Duke University Press. This is actually a book that if you are in the quote unquote liberal arts, feminism, women's studies, this is a book that can be chosen by a professor in order for women to go through. So this is written by a black woman. This is not a black man's media. This is complete written, approved by black women, and they try to use intersectionalism and stuff like that to justify them exploiting Jamaican men. Right. Talking about this, it's funny because the same thing you talked about how black men feel outside the United States, and then you talked about or treated, and you talked about how America, the DR for white men, they actually talk a lot about that. About how black women feel outside the United States, within their intersectional bullshit. And it got to the point where Jamaican women were even starting to complain about it because that's how much they were going down there. My point is there is a whole infrastructure. When you look at Michael Baisden and those cruises he was promoting, Tom Joyner and those cruises he was promoting when they were both on air. Now, these weren't all hedonism cruises, but it was kind of like a surface level of stuff that was under that. You've got Mocha Fest. You've got Urban Escapes. You've got whole infrastructure of this going on. And usually anywhere that a white woman has gone to basically get black dick, because that's really where black women are finding. They're not finding these places on their own. They're following the white woman. So Ghana, Cabaret, shout out to Taylor Made Dreams, Jamaica, and other Caribbean locations. And black men are the last ones at the party. And my thing is, if you want to clown black men for paying for pussy to the extent, because they say every nigga's doing that. That's not true, but let's say that is the case. You have not only are these chicks hoeing in the United States, and like you said, there's no stigma. These chicks are literally paying for dick over, and we're not talking about just fat women. They're going. We're not even talking about women going on these lesbiana trips. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
I was going to mention that earlier. I mean, you went into way more detail than I was going to go into. I was just going to touch on it, but I'm going to tell you, it's like, I know girls go to DR too.
Cabaret.
Right. They go to DR and they pay them in down there to fuck with them. They pay for sex down there, and they've been doing it longer than us. To be honest, when you're online, who travels more? They travel way more than we do. You know why? Because we too busy driving trucks to support 6 kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a shot.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it.
So I'm saying we so busy.
I mean, the thing. Look, I'm not trying to talk about Amiri, but I mean,
Look,
really,
I'm not.
it does.
That's
No.
not
It
the
doesn't.
point.
The thing about Amiri is all you have to do is press play, and there's nothing worse you can do.
I ain't say no
He's
names.
one of them. So
I ain't
you
say no
know.
names, man. I ain't say no names.
Well,
There's a
I
lot of
will
men.
because he always mentioning me. So
There's a lot of men out here working hard to raise 6 kids. All I'm saying is, with all the stuff that we trying to do, first of all, if you're working, you're busy working. If you ain't working, you ain't got money to fly to DR. As a man, now as a woman, you can get wherever you need to if somebody hook you up, right? But women out here, they strong, they independent, and they got their plane money and this and that and the hookup and whatever. They travel all the time. We on the internet. How many women always posting from this place, got a plate in front of them, a martini glass on the beach here and there. Y'all see it all the time, right? So of course these girls trips, they don't tell you this stuff, right? They that's what they're going out there doing. And we tend to think, well, when we go out and our destination, when we fly, our destination is pussy. Well, shit, their destination be dick too. And again, these are not the stories that we hear. I live in Vegas, bro. I am in Las Vegas. Y'all know the phrase for this place?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
What happens in Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know the rest? I live here. I know what goes down here. I live here. And I'm going to leave it at that. And there's wives and baby mamas and all type of stuff coming from not only America, but the rest of the world. Everybody comes to Vegas. We get a lot of people that are not Americans come out here. And they come to get it popping. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
yeah, and so it's the thing that trips me out about this the most is because you were talking about how what slavery is and what our idea. I mean, I call it gynocracy, but everybody has their name for it when it comes to patriarchy.
It's just a form. To me, it's a form of slavery. I mean, it's what you the name of it is what you call it. It's gynocracy, is matriarchy, it's all of those things, but is at its base nature is slavery. It's a servitude.
But what trips me out about it is how dudes will actively fight against something that they don't even understand what's not in their best interest, and it's the absence of awareness of it. Like, for instance, with what we were just talking about, you got a lot of dudes know but they don't care, which is cool, but you got dudes that they are unaware of what's going on sometimes in their own hood, in their own city. It's like, how have you never, I'm from Chicago, how have you, even though I live in North Carolina now, how have you never you've never left Cook County and you know so little about what goes on down there? Like, a lot of the send off, you talk about men killing the men for bitches. A lot of the black on black crime, I'm not gonna say most of it, I won't go as high as that. We know it's drugs, we know it's money, but a lot of it is send off missions off the word of a chick. And dudes trying to validate their manhood by pseudo protecting a woman. I mean, you saw it in Chicago when the dude threw a brick in that Chinese dude, the hair dude's place, and then women, all he had to do was make a little sale, and then the women were right there. He in jail. I mean, by the way, there's a prosecutor that's trying to get what's that thing they call when folks in jail, get money, the stipend or something like that. Yo, they trying to get R. Kelly shit like turn the fuck off because he keeps getting money. We all know who's funding that shit.
Of course.
You know, it ain't brothers and it ain't white folks funding that shit. So use your imagination. The same folks that had Step to the Name of Love playing up to about 2-3 years ago in the main oldie radios. Oh yeah, well, I don't know who this dude Top Notch Radio is. He wants attention, but anyway,
In my chat room, you talking
the
about?
point is,
He says he's lying.
yeah, I don't know. He been saying, no, stop talking about women. But my point is, with the dudes, it's like, dude, you can have your opinion. You can have your opinion. My thing is, though, when I ask you what is your opinion based on, all you do, just like how women go to bitch babble, a lot of dudes go to this nigga babble. Perfect example. So on that video that I shared, it's a 3-hour video. I'm not gonna say who the dude is. The dude came, but he is a known dating coach. You know, one of the more known ones. He came up there and he started throwing his shots. I'm not gonna say everything he said, but one of the things.
I mean, listen, I don't mind. We can, you know,
no, because this video was unlisted.
Yeah, but you can talk about what you saw. You are a good dude for
All right, so you'll appreciate that. Okay,
yeah,
so fine. This was alphabet
I saw your stream and I saw why you didn't play something that was unlisted. That was good on you. So yeah, don't do that. I mean, so yeah, but you can talk about what you saw. You can talk about.
Okay, so this is what happened. He basically went down the list of the typical shit motherfuckers are gonna do. So first things first, he wanted to say, why? I'm gonna jump around. Number one, he was talking about, well, you dealing with women that he was trying to say that you have control. You have control because you have more money. And this is a female talking point about this. The only reason why they act right is because you have control, you have money. And we know this is not true because most of the motherfuckers down there don't got money. And these women are not wilding out on these dudes. I mean, we see that with Hispanics here. That they don't got money. Black men actually have.
Hold on. His argument is that the women over there are acting right because over there you have money.
Yes.
Okay. My response to that is, hold on, wait. My response to that is, so goddamn what?
Well, he said, but his argument, but see, the point is, he's saying that the more money you got, the less alpha you got to be because you got money to control. And I'm like, yo, that's how black women talk. Like that's why they don't want to be in relationships today because they don't want to be quote unquote controlled. Men with money don't control women. Men with money say you have the option to do it or you have the door. The problem is the women don't want to lose the benefits, but they still want to do what they want to do. A man is not controlling you by saying you can either do what I need done or you can leave. Oh, but I still want the benefits though. No, the benefits leave when you walk out the door. That's control. That's not, but that is. But am I not wrong?
No, you're not.
When you hear women, black women complain, that's what they're doing. It ain't dudes don't have the physical. So women that are feminine understand that if they don't want to do it, they know the benefits are gone. They gonna say F you and the benefits, and they may not be mad about it. But anyway, the point is that was the argument he was making. But then he said, but it was funny. One of the dudes was like, "Yo, my girl," because some of these dudes live down here. They're not just talking. They live. They're not doing a back and forth thing. It was like, no, my girl's an attorney. Oh, my girl's a VP from Spirit. Oh, my girl is an accountant. And it was funny how in his mind, he believed that no non-white person had a degree down there. The way he was talking, like that literally threw him from a loop, them saying that. Because these dudes were talking about being software engineers. And it was the thing that impressed me the most about this was it was a dude, he asked, why do y'all travel? And it was this dude that stepped up. This is a street brother. Looked like he's street. Nobody would debate this dude is street. This dude gave a whole street experience. I came from nothing. I learned how to be a software engineer. I don't even have a degree. I learned this shit from a year. I was with my baby moms. My baby mom was trying to get my daughter on birth control at 12 years old. I'm tired of fighting. Like this dude had like real shit that he was fighting. I'm trying to build money, and then she's sitting here trying to get this Escalade or Zuzu expensive truck when I'm saying we just need this for this. And then only thing he could do is talk about how you just need to be more alpha. Like imagine if I sit here and I'm a dating coach and I tell you what you just talked about, Marcus, this whole stream, and then you say something about a problem you was having one time with a lady, and I just tell you what you need to do is establish dominance in the beginning. Like I just go into this like script. And I was like, wow, so you're just going to say the same shit no matter what. Here's another thing that he went to that was funny, and I'll leave it at that.
This is the game coach you're talking about.
Yeah, this is AMS. And so AMS is better than most of them with knowing when, you know, and he came in peace for the most part. He had those little shots about some niggas look like on here, they need the lottery. And I wasn't on here. This was them, and everybody showed their face too, by the way. So anyway, Marty was on there too. So anyway, the last thing I'm gonna say is this. He was talking about, oh, well, you know, in America, you can make the most money here and you could be a millionaire from nothing in America. I'm like, yo, that's true. But, well, let me tell you what they said. What they said was, they was like, dude, you are America. Like, with your passport and your citizenship, if you know how to deal with the money, you can deal. America is not just in the United States of America landmass. If you know how to actually deal in the economy, it goes way past America. And then one dude said something that even I didn't know, because again, I'm not on the expatriation part. He said, dude, you can make up to, like, they give this thing kind of like Social Security where they up it every year, where you don't pay taxes under a certain amount. So like this year, they was like, it was 108,000. It was a couple of them saying this. And next year it's going to be 118,000. So they still got to fill out a tax return, but they don't have to pay it unless they make over that amount of money. Now, you have to be out of the United States most of the time. It's like you can only be in the United States like 90 days, you know, if you do that. So you have to actually be an expatriate. White men have been doing this for a long time. I know, because I've been in places like Angeles City and stuff like that. They've been knew about this stuff. And so my point is, when those answers, he was saying that he had nothing for that. So what was really tripping him out was, these dudes do not look like the image of what everybody is saying is doing this. There was street dudes. These dudes were talking about software engineering, and they're not playing. One dude actually has a Discord where he actually teaches brothers how to really tap into software engineering and all of that. You know, they're not talking about some BS. They're talking about actually how to get a career that you can transferable skills. These were different dudes. None of these dudes, with maybe exception of maybe two, you would kind of question if they can actually get women here. A couple of them actually got kids from women here. So it's validated. So it was funny seeing that, because it was like, wow, you really did not do your homework. You fall into the same rhetoric that everybody is falling to about this. And it was just crazy to me. It's not, you know, what you think it is. And brothers, I don't want a lot of brothers to look back and then they regret shit based on what they didn't experience, because they wanted to buy into the same stuff that a lot of brothers are saying. And a lot of these brothers don't know nothing. It's a lot of dudes that ain't been nowhere, ain't seen nothing. Hell, fuck the traveling. They ain't been nowhere in the United States.
Right.
They think going to Miami is doing something. I've touched the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean. That ain't no big deal. I've been overseas, but I thought that was a big deal when I did it, because I was technically born in Los Angeles. And yeah, so but it's dudes that, like I said, and I'm not clowning y'all, but y'all got to get off that plantation, man, because you don't know what you don't know. And it's too many people that's got way too much energy when they don't got the information. Learn fuck what I'm saying, learn for yourself. Anyway.
O'Shea Duke Jackson in the building. Shout out to O'Shea. He ain't been through here in a minute. Shout out to you. Hey, in fact, you shouted me out in
Uganda.
O'Shea.
That nigga ain't never came back after that.
He ain't coming back. He ain't coming back.
He all that ass. He said, "I'm not."
What?
It's too much African booty in sandals walking around out there. He ain't coming back. But shout out to
cooperative
Jackson.
Cooperative African booty, maybe.
Shout out to O'Shea. Appreciate you coming on through. But yeah, it does need to be said as far as these dating coaches. I've said it before. In fact, I think I heard Keep It 100 say it. That them dating coaches, they're going to discourage men traveling. It just is what it is. They would, instead of you spending that money on a plane ticket, instead of you spending that money over there, they would rather you spend, I don't know what they rates are. What is it, $200 for a consultation?
No, now all dating $100 a month for one in particular.
Okay,
one of them charging $100 a month.
I don't know their rates. I've heard prices as high as $200 for a 1 hour consult. I don't know. I don't know what their rates are. So I'm not even going to throw that out there. But they would rather you spend that money on them teaching your game, or coasting you into settling, or making you feel better with the bad deal that they try. Because I ain't even about to go there. Right. Not every dating coach do that, but there
Right.
are some that will more or less. I've heard it. I've heard them more or less advocate for the guy to just be comfortable with the women that will accept him, even if those women are not attractive, and will do, and they will do that while simultaneously discouraging him from getting on a plane and going somewhere where the market is better,
Right.
where he could find some more attractive women who got better behavior who will accept him. It's like, so they have an economic, interest in discouraging that. So that's why people who, may very well be otherwise logical, they will get picked apart, they will get broken down. I didn't see what Ed was talking about, but based off everything that he said, as far as what went on with AMS on that show, either, I don't want to say that he's gynocratic in his thought. I think it's more so an economic interest in discouraging that. He's basically saying you just need to be more alpha. Join my Patreon. I'll show you how to be more alpha. That's pretty. It's a sales pitch. So and I ain't even knocking it, but that's what it is. But hold on, Leon 008 in the building. He says a little behind, but women be 10 deep and sharing one room and 2 beds when they travel. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing as well.
Dudes don't even do that.
Yeah. But go ahead, keep 100. Ed said a lot. I didn't know if you wanted to jump in on anything. Well,
there was something that you had up with Top Notch Radio made a comment. I was going to respond to that, but that was a little earlier. But in reference to this traveling, like with the game coaches, you got to give them the money. Then you got to learn. Then you got to take what you learn from them and apply it. And by the time you done did all of that, how much you done spent?
More than a trip to the DR, probably.
Probably. Shout out to Tice, my man Tice. What's going on, Playboy? I see you.
Salute, Sir Tice says, Oblique Bernie, I was going to suggest my dog Marcus as a guest for you. Salute. Yeah, I stumbled across this channel a month ago, so I'm late to the party. I just found out about him, and then I reached out kind of shortly after I found out. About him.
The thing about this space a lot of times is folks are lacking real nigga energy. And they always want, like, me, they be like, well, nigga, your shit makes sense, but you ain't got that real nigga seasoning. So you'll just be another person I throw him at, fine. Then here's somebody that's saying, and you listen to him. If you need the real nigga, like, certification on it, because I don't care. I'm about getting the information now. I don't care who you listen to.
Yeah, Sir Tice in the building says Marcus knows who the United Colors of Benetton looking contradicting dude that charge 100 a month. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We know who that is. I'm just not gonna say it.
All right, hold on, wait. Ed didn't tell me about women in DR letting guys squeeze their backside. All right.
No, I told you to travel even if you knew you wouldn't go get pussy. There was reasons traveling. That's what I said.
All right. All right. So we made a lot of points here. I think we got some pushback in the building. I think somebody want to come up and give some pushback. I'm very hesitant to bring this individual up, but he's part of the DICE. What do DICE stand for, Ed?
I don't know if J Speed is officially a part of DICE.
We're about to find out right now.
And by the way, that was shout out to Trail for bringing that up. He's the one that came up with that. I just ran with it. It's Dick Investigations and Customs Enforcement.
Okay.
I also call it the nut. This is the nut battles, the nut skirmishes. Nut stands for nah, nigga, you tricking.
Yeah, y'all know what whoop. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
That's the sound of the police.
Yeah, that's KRS-One.
Before he jumps in, I wanted to address Top Notch Radio. He says slavery was an abomination. How could you compare any relationship status to slavery? Slavery is a relationship status. Damn. Who are you a slave to? You have to be a slave to something, right? Even if you, I'm a photographer. We got what we call the the things that trigger our lights, we put them on slave mode because they're serving something. That slave is a relationship. So if you're gonna say, well, how can you compare any relationship status? Slavery is a relationship because there's a slave and there's a master. So understand what you're saying when you want to ask those questions, right? And when you say an abomination, you're talking about American slavery, right? Or chattel slavery. But understand when you're saying, well, how could I compare slavery to a relationship? I want you to understand, sir. The slavery is a relationship. I'm just telling or suggesting men don't choose it. That's it. And I'm knocking shit over. Pardon me.
All right. No, you good. All right. We got J Speed in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. What you got for us?
All right. How the hell are you?
We good.
Good, very good.
Ronaldo. Let me say, Marcus.
Yes, sir.
You're one of the best guests that Bernard have ever had here. It's not that I agree with everything you say, but you come across as a person who methodical thoughts. You think about what you're about to say, and you have some background in it. I'm one of them brothers to start. I'm one of them brothers to start off in the 80s with this. But I found out a secret. And you might find out today or tomorrow, I'm supposed to have the biggest cape on for women in this spirit. I don't mind that. Because sooner or later, when we stop the circuit event going in this circle, we go figure this shit out. Now, you said something earlier, probably would have got a lot of pushback earlier when you start talking about white supremacy.
Right.
Police don't pull you over because they don't believe in that over here. You know what I mean?
Now, this show topic ain't about racism and
that's
white
what he
supremacy.
said. Wait,
I know. Hold on. Wait, no. I said I didn't push back on none of that because that ain't the topic. I ain't want to derail it. We came here to talk about. I have my views about racism in America. And
is he trying to make an analogy? Is he trying to make an analogy?
He's trying to. Yeah, he's
trying.
So
wait a minute. One thing before y'all start talking about I'm trying any goddamn thing. I don't live 6 decades and going on my 7th. I don't try any goddamn thing. I say exactly what I mean and mean what I say.
Yes, sir.
That's just the way it is. Okay. What I'm saying is I'm not making an analogy. You said that out of your mouth, and as Bernard said, I won't go into it because that's what in the discussion. So I'm here to say I agree with you. I'm here to talk about the things I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the things I agree with you, a lot of things you said today. But I did ask this question last night on another show. How is it? I don't care where a man put his dick at. I really don't. I'm not trying to follow a man like that. Dick police, sergeant, general, or anything else. I got my dick and I try to control it. And that's just good enough for me. I don't give a fuck if he have a cat dick or dog dick or whatever. He can use it whatever he want to use it at. But the problem I'm having with a lot of these passport brothers, if you go over there and you have this great experience and you're happy with it, you don't have to come back to USA and shit on what you don't want. That's the problem I have with that. I'm not trying to kill the conversation, but if I got a Bugatti, I ain't talking about my Cadillac no more. I'm talking about my Bugatti. And I think that's the hypocritical thing of brothers who do traveling. They have to show their experience to shit on another experience. If you're happy, you move forward and you get brothers together, say, look, this is a great experience, get your passport together, you go over there, whatever. But I'm still going to ask this one question. How is it you can go to another country and find these quality women from men that you even say would clean your shoes with a toothbrush? What is the difference between the two in the culture that them men kept their women in check and you have to go over there and try to fuck up their country and try to make their women whores and then talk about the women here? See, that's where the hypocritical thing comes in with me.
Is this a question to me?
Yeah, you laid it out. You laid it out. Let's throw it to him. You put a lot on the table.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Marcus.
Okay, so I've been on this planet for 4 decades. I don't try to do shit either. I do it.
There you go.
Let's start with that. Touche. Culture. Let me tell you something. The Dominicans in DR are the system in DR. Okay? There's no other man telling their women to disrespect their men for 400 years like you have here. We aren't the system. We aren't the faces of the system here. Let's start there. You go to DR, they're doctors, they're policemen, they're heads of state. Look like the poorest man there. So you're saying, well, how is it that those men can get respect? Because the poorest man looks like the richest man in DR. Okay, as far as going somewhere and having a good time and coming back to report something, that's something our women do all the time. Okay, that's number one. Women have a phrase, speak your truth. Well, we're speaking our truth, sir. Okay, so we go over there and we experience a different experience over there. We're going to compare and contrast that with what we deal with here from anyone. I said you get treated like an American, right? Getting treated like an American, me getting my shoes cleaned had nothing to do with women. That was a call to white supremacy, sir. There's a difference between how white supremacy treats me here and the Dominicans treat me there. Okay, so if I can speak on white supremacy, I can speak on black women, and nobody's here to tell me to shut up about white supremacy. So nobody's going to tell me to shut up about black women. Because if those women over there are respecting me in a way that these women aren't, if those cops or those restaurant owners, those business owners are respecting me in a way that the ones here don't, the Starbucks and this place and that place where I go in there as a black man and I don't get the same service or the same respect as I'm going to speak on all of it. Okay. And I don't think that there's a black man here on this panel in this chat that'll tell me not to speak on the differences between how another nation treats me in respect than the country this nation here and this culture here. I don't think that there's one man that'll tell me not to speak on that. So you're not going to tell me also that I can't speak on the relationship between me and those women down there and me and those women and these women here. So this ain't about shitting on. Hold on.
That wasn't my sentiment.
No,
that was not my sentiment.
Just understand. This ain't about shitting on nobody. Now, if the comparison reads as me shitting on somebody, then you got to ask yourself, why? If I go to Burger King and their burgers taste good, and I say, wow, these burgers are good, Burger King is great, am I shitting on McDonald's? Or does McDonald's feel shit on because I'm praising the competition?
Okay.
You can respond to that.
I get with that one. Let me retort. All right. You, in your last statement, you said Burger King was great.
That's right.
You didn't come back and say, fuck McDonald's and McDonald's can't get the shit right. They don't hire people right and all that shit. You just said Burger King burgers was great. Okay. So I can deal with that. And there's nothing wrong with it. I think that was my sentiment.
I want to jump in after him.
Okay. No, hold on, because I got something. No, let him continue.
Let me get this in, because I got a little bit of gas in this chopper I'm trying to land.
I got you.
Okay,
I'm listening. I'm with you.
Okay, so as I told you, I started this way back in the 80s, and I hit it so much in the Black manosphere and all these channels, like these discussions just started. I remember when Color Purple came out, and the nation went on a ban of that movie. We went all over this United States of America. We boycotted that the movie, and we got with a lot of other organizations to boycott. So y'all act as if I got videos of Martin Luther King talking about black women with their straight hair, not loving their lips and stuff like that. I understand that most black people have only seen the mountaintop. We go get their Kumbaya speech. I'm talking about the militant Martin Luther King. Elijah Muhammad started his movement in 1930. He was able to take the same whores, prostitutes, and deviants in our community and dress them up and turn them into women. And I have to ask the question, how could a man who's not that eloquent, who probably didn't go no more than a third grade education, was able to take a bunch of misfits, worthless eaters, and turn them into women in a time that he was fighting fronts on both sides? Now, I came up with what I figured out just for what you were saying today and what was happening last night. You know what most black men find out when they go to them countries? You know what they really find out? They ain't got no goddamn power.
You been there?
Because men with power don't have years and years since 2015 or 2005, or whatever the manosphere supposed to start. They don't have what they call jaw wrestling for almost goddamn 20 years about a problem. Men's are doers. Men's are shakers and bakers. And men who have power, they don't spend hours and hours. And I'm not trying to tell nobody to shut up, but I'm just talking about what men do in every other culture.
Why is there a white manosphere?
Okay, again, that is a certain segment, and I can go further back in the net. Howard Stern, Tom Lankus. See, y'all don't think I'm well read because of my vernacular, but you fucking with a genius right about now.
But if you
what I'm saying is, brother,
we in the ocean.
What I'm saying, I'm gonna wrap this up with one statement. What I'm saying is, when I run into men who believe they couldn't even protect their women or protect themselves when they go to these other countries, they figure out something. We don't have the power we think we have. Because when we get back to the United States, or go back to your statement inside of your statement, that you're dealing with a different white supremacy over here you deal with over there. And what you have to identify with, you don't have the same leverage because you use it in the United States versus who you really are in your country.
Can I speak on that as the resident dude who's married to a Dominican woman?
Hold on. All right. Everybody stop. Whoa. Everybody stop. We're gonna go to Marcus, and then we're gonna go around everybody. OG, you said your piece. Thank you for your commentary. But we're gonna get we're gonna go to Marcus, and then we're gonna work everybody else in.
I'm gonna make this short because I want to hear Officer Faulkner talk. Right.
Okay.
So I was saying that I was trying to make this real quick because you said a whole lot, bro. You said a whole lot, all this power stuff and this and that and the other. Dominican people are poor, right? These same men, right? They're poor. But you know what happens in the DR? Their women come have sex with American tourists. They take our money and they go right back to them homes and give it to their poor men, right? They're poor men. We're the guys with the money. You know, the same powerless men that you're saying that come to the DR. We so powerless. Understand that when I was in the DR, I had young kids tell me, that is one young Haitian kid tell me, when y'all guys come down here, y'all run the show. That was his exact words. But money, why is the white man in power, sir? Same reason. Same reason.
Because you have no power. He's only 16% of this planet, and he runs his with force by any means necessary. It has nothing to do with power, money. It has him conquering anything that he wants. And you have to figure out you have no power over him.
So understand this. We live in America. So when I like when people talk about, you know, how white man is only this percent of the country and black people is like we're all unified. They're not even unified on the continent like we think they are. So, but understand this. We're talking about America. Okay. The UK ain't shooting no missiles over here to take over no hoods in America. There's no, we're dealing with white folks here. Okay. The black man is what, you know, all these numbers. You say, I'm dealing with a genius. We know what the percentage of black people is in America. We are by no means. No.
Oh, shit.
Knock it off. Let's
think.
No, okay. So
you don't know anybody who didn't take the census?
and
right.
the
In your
words of my
surroundings.
father.
We're not going. We're not going. We're not going there.
Look,
Oh, stop.
I agree with you. I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna keep it moving.
We're not going there. We're not going.
Yeah, because it's designed to shut down the conversation.
So understand this, bro. Understand
Hey,
this.
stop trying to talk for me. I said exactly what I said, bro.
Hey, OG, chill. All right, go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
I want your brother to finish.
I want your brother to finish. OG. Yeah, all right. Go ahead, Marcus.
So you got to understand, right? So again, as I already laid out, when you go down to these places, the people that you're encountering, they run the country and they look like. But when we come down there, we run the show. The whole town down there is set up for us to come down there and do what we do. The police protect us in some of these towns because we are their tourism. So you talk about power. Power is money. It is money because money, trade, all of that. That's power.
Infrastructure.
Right. The only reason why, and look at what the Chinese are doing. They're trying to emulate what white folks are doing. So for when you do this, like the white man is running some sort of game on the world without money, right? And then if we do it, we're trying to emulate. We want to be this and want to be that. Understand this, man. You can't shame us for aiming to be the same thing that you're shaming us for not being. Woo!
That's that 1 point.
How's that? How's that? Could you go into that and explain that?
No, you can't do because this is the argument that I hear from a lot of people.
No, it ain't self-explanatory if I ask him to explain it.
All right, go ahead.
To you, it is.
So don't praise the white man for all his power because he has money. But then when we place ourselves in the same space where we become the empowered, now we're doing something wrong. Because when it's all white, it's all right, right?
So are you implying that OG is basically just being like the black overseer, just get back to work? He trying to get back on the plantation.
Pull that nigga up on that name.
Oh, please. Hey, I can do it better than you do it, brother. I can do that better than you do it. See, the problem with wait. The problem with what you just said is
I'm going next.
You want to talk about half the white man's power is his currency. His currency is fictitious because he can print it anytime he want to. You know what makes him have power? Because he goes all over the world and he conquer what he want. Land mass, interests of that country.
That's not free. That's not free. That costs money.
Listen what I'm saying.
It costs money.
But he used war machines to do it. You know what y'all using? You know what y'all using? Y'all using y'all dick and his money. That's the only thing y'all got. Because y'all ain't gonna fight for nothing other than you fight for him.
All right. So now he's basically asking civilians to overthrow a country that they're citizens of, that they work in, that they make their money in, that they pay taxes to, that they benefit from. He's saying don't benefit.
Y'all love Trump so much, y'all seen it happen. Y'all love Trump so much, y'all seen it happen.
We're going to end.
Let me ask OG a question. I'm gonna let somebody else talk real quick, Officer Faulkner. Let me ask you, OG. You know anybody with a jet? You know anybody with a tank? You know anybody that own missiles? Is there a United States of Black America Army, Navy, Air Force? So what do you so you talking about power, right?
Are you asking me a question? Or you making a statement?
It was rhetorical. Now go ahead and make your point, Mark.
Okay, well go ahead then. Then he don't want me down.
No. You know what? Because I was gonna say something else, but I don't want you to try to pretend like I'm not letting you answer. Because what I'm saying is, if you're gonna talk about,
we know the answer to that.
Power.
No, you asked by definition a rhetorical question. He don't need to jump in and answer you. That's an invitation to derail.
But I know it was a rhetorical question. He said, J Speed, I'm gonna ask you a question.
But we do know that you don't know anybody like that. We know that.
You see, this is your problem, my brother. You see what's in front of you. You don't know a damn thing about what's under the stream of you because you only see what's in front of you. And so what I'm saying is you won't know that happened to it happen. Number one, there's no general would ever get on the YouTube and get in front of his adversary and tell him what he got. I would be stupid as hell if I did. Wait a minute. I'll be stupid as hell. I'll be stupid as hell. Wait a minute. I'll be stupid as hell.
Generals
to get out in front and say what you just wanted me to answer. That's number one. And number two, I've been on a no-fly ever since 2011. Okay?
Did you ever
so
work
what
for
you saying? Wait a minute, Mr. Faulkner. We're gonna let you get in.
Faulkner, take it from here, bro.
All right.
Well,
so
real quick,
what I'm saying to myself is,
O'Shea, thank you for that super chat.
that question would never.
Thank you,
that
Brenda.
never would be answered on YouTube. It won't be televised, brother. You seen the white people going in the White House and did it. So okay.
Because
this is why I do what's the fucking thing they do on the goddamn runway where they start waving those things. This is why I do that shit. So motherfuckers get mad and then they wonder, how did we get here? And I'm like, that shit be making me want to jump off a ledge. I swear.
All right, Marcus.
But
you
like
was asking
hold on.
Marcus was asking that rhetorical question. He was building towards the point. OG, stay muted because whatever he said, you can't respond to it. We gotta cycle it, but I do want Marcus to finish making this point because go ahead.
Now keep it short because I want the other guys to talk. I just think it's disingenuous, right? Because he compared us, told us we love Trump and everything like that, but everything about what he's saying is praising white folks, and basically he's praising.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking
y'all
about
scared of white folks.
Let it go.
That's your point. Y'all scared of white folks.
No, bro. What we understand is
no, you scared of white folks. When it comes down to it, you scared of white folks. Number one. That's
you didn't
have power. You can't beat him. You go down with a defeatist mindset, and that's why you do the bullshit you do.
Beat him at what?
So hold on. So going to a country to fuck with Dominican women is claiming defeat. What I'm trying to understand is the white man ain't take our women. So what do we lose? What are we losing?
He trained them. He trained them. Let me give you an example. Let me just give you one example.
You said OG. We can't do that. OG. I said we're gonna let him make his point, and then we're gonna cycle it around.
I want to get what I'm gonna get out, and I promise I'm done because clearly the stuff is just gonna keep on. Like even Clarence down here talking about go in OG. Here's my thing, and this is the thing. Number one, the fucking pro-blacks, the YouTube pro-blacks, not to be confused with the real pro-blacks, was on fucking YouTube way before the black manosphere. It one of the first motherfuckers to come on YouTube. So this idea that like this is what kills me. Because a lot of that was more in the space earlier on when it was a lot more of the Wild Wild West and all ideas was being looked at. And Marcus will tell you, them motherfuckers got their ass kicked out the space because of the shit that he's doing. It's not clear. It's not direct. It's all it is. Let's fly everywhere to come to a conclusion. Because if you say it up front, you're going to be challenged in your views. I fuck with O'Shea, but O'Shea, let's keep it all at 100. You was more of a conservative firebrand when your channel was like from 10 to 40. Obsidian was on some fuck. I had to unsubscribe from Obsidian a couple of times because his ass actually said you low key alluding that Tamir Rice deserved to get shot. And that was a couple of times I had to say F Obsidian. That's what them niggas was. And Obsidian better not try to act like you didn't say that. You was talking about that Part 8 bullshit. And Tamir Rice's name was in that list of what you were saying. Because I remember the first time I unsubscribed from him for that very reason. So, and I'm not saying nothing about O'Shea because O'Shea never said nothing like that. And I got respect for O'Shea for telling white folks, this channel ain't the world star hip hop for you to, look at wow, black people are what he is, get the fuck off my channel. I respect O'Shea for doing that because a lot of folks have been afraid of doing that. But my point is, people, it's not that they were different, but this stuff was different back then. So when people want to come back and play the pro-black game like that, as Obsidian, by the way, is coined that, here's my thing. It's not about them being pro-black. Technically, I am pro for my people. It's the lack of ability to be direct and to stand on what it is. Like, think about it. He wanted to say the whole time, you leaving is you running away. You fucking some foreign, put the original motherfuckers that were really traveling with people in the military. And I'm sorry, dudes that weren't in the military ain't got shit to say about somebody that is in the military. I don't give a fuck about how much you believe you want to deal with this white man. The reality is somebody that's actually been in kinetic combat or in the military system has more, Charles can speak on that, has more to say than somebody that fucking want to wish upon a fucking star. And I'm not even trying to jump on the Nation of Islam, because truth be told, them white folks in Scientology is starting to infiltrate the Nation of Islam. But that's a whole nother topic. You know, so I don't want to hear that. And I ain't disrespecting the nation, but okay, let me keep it straight up to what this is. My thing is this: you identify being pro-black as in fucking this chick, fucking black women. That's what y'all see pro-black as. Right. You're not gonna fuck this black woman into being cooperative. You know, it's funny. You talk about you scared.
No, even better. Hold on. The dudes who strictly only fuck black women, they're not doing whatever kamikaze mission to bomb white supremacy that OG is saying that Marcus and anybody who travels should be doing. The people who just stay at home and only fuck black women ain't doing whatever it is that he's advocating for.
When you're the military,
that's what I don't understand.
When you're the military, you treat it like a goddamn god overseas. Okay.
Yeah,
we gotta talk about the real power that a lot of people forget in the military.
I get in here?
Well, all right, go ahead.
Well, finish your thought, Edward.
Go ahead. And I will fall back, because I know you don't often come up, so I will fall back. My only point is,
I get in this?
It's not it's not about having a difference of opinion. I've talked about gentrification, you know, with Bernard. We have our differences. I've talked about the gynocracy, which he don't see the gynocracy as absolute as how I see it.
Oh no, I see it.
I'm saying we have differences. There's room for differences of opinion.
We disagree to the degree that white supremacy is fueling it versus just
Marcus. I say white supremacy powers the gynocracy. That's my
versus just black culture. Just but anyway.
Yeah. So my point is, there's room for disagreement. Yeah. But the difference is, what you got a lot of dudes doing is you saying kiss black women's ass to freedom. Build a black nation by kissing black women's ass. And that's actually the absolute opposite. Here's the truth. If you really love black people, if the dudes that have the economic currency, and I call it genetic currency, if the more libertarian of a dating market you have, the more you create a climate in which black women have to step up or get shut down. I'm the one that brought into the space that I coined the term intercultural dating, because people want to talk about interracial dating for brothers. Shout out to Charles Tyler, who obviously did that way before, for brothers that want to actually go get melanated women, you know, in the Southern Hemisphere, because let y'all niggas tell it, on black people only live in the United States of America.
Yes. This is what I tell guys. Yes, absolutely.
Brazil, the blackest country outside of Africa. So shit.
We getting light skin. What they really want to say is we getting nothing but light skinned women. When the reality is they black darker than not saying JSP is darker, but they just as black as JSP. So my point is, you're protecting women's sexual politics. Here's my thing. J Speed ain't got nothing to say about black women doing the same thing. So it's like you don't even have balance. And then you want to say you running away from your women. Everybody ain't taking a trip and coming back. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this and I'm done. What do they do to most royalty? No matter where it is. Even if it was Alexander the Great, or what's the dude named Caesar, they travel. Why? Because they have to see the world. It's a rite of passage. And this is what happens with anybody that's aristocrats or royalty. They see the world because there's value in seeing the bigger picture. Somehow you think niggas are gonna stay on the same block and then be the type of black men you need them to be to even have a potential to have a mentality for rulership. But rather, like, this is why I'm done after this. This is why. Hold on. Think about it.
You ain't done, man. The show is yours now.
This is my last one. Because this is something that's really on my heart. Hold on. It's okay. It's on my heart. He want to talk about the fucking color purple. I had to learn on YouTube about Liberia, a fucking place just like damn near Puerto Rico that we could have fucking had if more black people would have understood what it was. Where were you niggas talking that shit? You niggas like shut up talking about rulership. You niggas let America basically put a CIA thing. We've been running that. Hold on. We've been running that shit. How many presidents that were Ado's descent that were running that shit and nobody finds out about it until after the fucking coup? This is what the fuck you niggas should have been doing. I'm done.
All right.
Liberia was a dub, by the way.
All right, Trey. I'm about to go to Trey, and I'm about to take a real 10 seconds.
No black men knew about it. That's what you pro-black.
Nah, it failed. It failed down there, bro. We could talk about Liberia later, but I'm
about to take 10 seconds before I pass it to Trey. A real
no doubt,
seconds.
no doubt.
What OG is talking about, y'all scared of the white man. You're scared to challenge the white man. It's like it's the old nigga logic argument where he's basically saying that y'all need to locate the XY coordinates of white supremacy on a map and go storm it like the beaches of Normandy. That's what he's literally saying. That's not the war right now. With black people getting out of the condition that they're in, it's about economics. It's about black business. It's about it's about a lot of other things. And if you know some political legislation get passed or this or that or blah blah blah, but damn war and blood in the streets is like no, that ain't it no more. We in a free country, and yeah, shit ain't exactly perfect, but no, that's the old war. I'm sorry. I ain't going with that shit. But anyway, go ahead, Trey.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? Keep it 100, man. I be peeping your channel, and for the most part, bro, I'd say about 85%, man. I'm lockstep with you, bro. But here's where I come at it from a different perspective, man. Because you know, like my brother Officer Faulkner next to me and him be beefing, but you know, we veterans in arms together. So the beef, you know, it's just what it is. It's just nigga shit that we do.
I don't beef. I just feel pity.
As we, you know, as brothers that have traveled the world and in a culture that, you know, have seen is that, like you said, we're American everywhere else. But here's the difference in coming up. I came up a little bit different. I came up under my father, who was world traveled as well. And, you know, he had uncles before him that, you know, were World War II and World War I, world traveled. And I guess my family way back then realized that this American game can be played anywhere, even in America, because you said earlier about white outcomes. I'm like, damn, I'm loving these white outcomes because my whole life, including now, is white outcomes. Like I'm married to a Dominican woman. Everything that I do there, I can do in the States. I just realized that at the age of 22 as a soldier, all I got to do is get away from the stand, you know, Blackistan. And I get those outcomes in Utah, Idaho, Nebraska, wherever. I get those outcomes over here. So, but as far as the Dominican Republic goes, and my wife was kind of cracking up about this. I encourage all them dudes going down there, man, learn some intermediate Spanish. Like, hook up with a chick as a homegirl to have you vet chicks, listen to conversations, read the text messages. Because when you speak LOK, the Dominican version of Spanish, man, the everything opens up to you. And I'm just blessed that I speak Spanish because when you don't, you're a walking lick down there, man. My wife is just cracking up about because she got cousins that run game. She got aunts that are still running game down there. That they go up to Sosua, make money, head back down to Samaná, freaking I don't know, Puerto Plata, wherever, La Vega, Moca, back down to freaking Santo Domingo, Bani, and just go up to Sosua or where Americans are at just to get paid and then head back. So Ed was speaking straight facts on that. Yeah, they take that money home. And we got homegirls, Dominican over here in the U.S. now. They started getting that money there, had a simp, bring them over to the U.S., divorced the dude, and now they over here driving big whips. Daggone brought their whole family over here, paid like I don't know what. So I just say, hey, and this is the thing. If a nigga want to go trick off, go handle your business. Don't fall in love unless you got a Dominican or a chick from that country vetting them and getting into them, talking to them and seeing what they really about. Because, man, I hate seeing brothers go over to get played. I hate seeing all men go over there and get played by these tricks. And even wifey do. Wifey, you know, she hot, like white as can be, Dominican. And, you know, they kind of like upper class, you know, they even get called white supremacists in their own country because she calls out the BS and what these women are doing. She don't support it. But I tell her like this, fuck it. If somebody going to do it, let's get paid off of it. You know, hey, them properties, why not?
Let's go ahead. Let's make that money. But I'm gonna warn brothers on the way in. But yeah, man, it's just a couple of disagreements I had with you, man. That's it, bro. But everything else is what you saying on these families and these boys. Yeah, man, they need men all day long.
I don't think you said anything that opposes what I've been saying. I was listening for it. I didn't hear it.
More caveats. That's all. Like add-ons.
Yeah. But you said, when you say white outcomes, what are those?
Well, bro, like getting away from the stand. Like I left the community at 22 years of age. I'm 47 now. And bro, I got all my employees are white for the most part.
This nigga SYSBM for real. So you are a certified SYSBM, right?
No, I've been living the life, man. I don't rock with the movement. Like when I met SKC, like I was already living the life. And it was like, oh shit, these niggas is cool. I met some dudes like me. But as far as education, my kids' outcome, my kids know nothing of the community. And all my kids are reaping the benefits of my military service. Like my younger two daughters going to school practically for free. My older kids benefits until they was 26. Like wifey now can go finish up her nursing degree on the Hazelwood.
Trey beat his kids when he heard him listening to hip hop music.
So
I think the difference where the disagreement was is, Trey, when you talk about white supremacy and all of that, Trey is of the belief, and I'm of similar belief, that hey, a black man can roll up his sleeves and thrive in this damn country. I mean, I think most of us on this panel,
man, them niggas be saying white supremacy
don't
exist.
But Trey probably would go.
Them say racism is a figment of my fucking imagination.
That's where y'all had a little.
Okay, so
that's where y'all had a little disagreement.
No, it's not a disagreement. Understand this, right? Everything he's saying, first of all, his whole life is what I say on my videos. He might not say he's SYSBM, but he is. He might not wave that flag, but what he's done is by definition saved himself. He said he's left the community. He has saved himself from the community. That's why I asked him, I said, what are white outcomes, right? When I say white outcomes or things of that nature, what I'm saying is, listen, I don't care how good a black man has it here, is when you go there to those places, is not just your relationship. It's not. I'm talking about
the environment.
The environment.
You get treated.
That's what I'm saying. So
is it simple as you just get treated like a Western man in a third world country? You get treated
like a king out there.
Yeah, well, it ain't the third world. Truth be told, it's a similar thing when you go to Germany. So everybody keep running this.
Wow!
I lived in Germany for 4 years. I got treated. I'll tell you what. I got treated better in Germany.
Germany loves black men.
Hold on, real quick. I got treated better in Germany than I did in my wife's country. I'm dark skinned. Yeah. I got treated like God in Germany, hands down.
I went to Germany twice.
You're making my point for me.
Yeah, y'all agree.
You're making my point for me.
Yeah, Trey is a natural born dissenter. Y'all agree. I got you, Charles. Yeah, Trey gonna try to fight you over. Y'all can disagree on the 2%. Trey gonna fight you on that 2%.
no fight, man.
No, but we're not disagreeing. I think that we're saying two different things. He's saying that you can succeed here, and yes, you can. I agree with you, Bernard. You can succeed here, but what I'm saying is all the things that we have to think about going on outside in the society. Just understand, when you leave this country, the society is different and treats a black man different outside of this country than it does here. And that's my point that I'm making.
All right.
Yeah,
that's a disagreement right there. That is a minor disagreement, Bernard. Last thing. And I'm going to wrap it up in 10 minutes. Let me land 10 seconds. Let me land the plane. 10 seconds. Let me land the plane. Now I'm just joking.
I ain't going to have a problem with. Go ahead.
But just a slight thing is that why I say the white outcomes is, like, honestly, go to Idaho as a brother wearing a USA shirt and just be based and don't talk about any kind of victimhood, nothing. And you will get treated the same as you get treated in Germany, DR, or Brazil.
Hopefully.
I've done it.
I mean,
I've done it.
All right. Whoa. We got to go to Charles. You got to go to Charles.
Yeah,
thank you all for coming through. I promise everybody I'm going to read your super chat as soon as after Officer Faulkner speak. Go ahead. You got it.
First and foremost, everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel, from Bangkok to Baltimore to Atlanta to Amsterdam. Whoa! Thank you. Now,
Oh, my bad.
I don't know if people been following my channel, but I've been getting the cronies and I've been getting the male feminists, the super
Oh yeah,
simp.
they deep in here.
I've been dissecting them like high school science fair frogs. Okay. The fucked up part about it is this:
My fault. My fault.
I get tired of too many, especially men. This is the reason why male feminists and gynocentric sympathizers are even more dangerous than the gynocrats, the goddamn selves.
Right.
Why? If a
Agreed.
black man has the money, if a black man has the aptitude and the attitude, why not go where you're celebrated? You're saying, it's like, I'll give you an example. My ex-girlfriend, we sat a couple of weeks ago, sat down and talked, and she was mad because her son, who lives in Iowa, he's in a relationship with a white girl for about 2-3 years. Like, why did his father, my ex-husband, told him not to date a black woman? I said, no. We're not going to do that. Your son is actually a very intelligent young man, capable of making his own decisions. Now, if you got to, and remember this, and I had to tell her, I want you to remember this. Black girls and black women had first dibs on your son.
Right.
I asked her this one important thing. When are black women going to present a better product? And that shut her the fuck up. That shut her, and she's not the shut up type, but that shut her the fuck up. And the reason why I say this, and I asked this question to, what was it, Sunkissed yesterday. You say that black men are running from relationships, but you outnumber us by 2 million, but we have 600,000 more marriages than you. So that's a lie. Everything you want, you just want it your way. You don't want free enterprise. You want to run a monopoly over black dick.
Woo.
That's all, because you know there's nobody checking for you. There's no country for old strags. None of that. And trust me, there's probably nobody more conservative than me. Because I don't let me break down conservatism in its raw form. Especially if you haven't had any service to this country. That's what most conservative people have done. That was your rite of passage to be respected as a man. I've been to Germany 2 times, one as a freestyle wrestler and once as a soldier. The reason a lot of black men get in high esteem is not just that blue passport, but the history is not as bastardized in other countries as it is here. They still celebrate the liberators when they sent black men to the worst concentration camps all over Germany. Even in Japan, they couldn't survive that Pacific Islands. They couldn't survive that heat. If they really wanted to, Mexico would have been part of the United States if they really wanted. But guess who was at the forefront line of it? Black men. See, if you take black American men, we would literally be the 9th richest country. Well, black people in America, period. We would be the 9th richest country in the world. If you don't have the most sophisticated, educated black man in the world, and you don't know how to treat them, you have all right to lose them. And then it's not like they're putting such stringent requirements for you to be with them. Get in shape. Be jovial. Be inspirational. I want to like you and not just love you. But if that's too hard for you, I know some black chicks in Brazil who are in shape, inspirational, Africa, the Caribbean, who are damn sure willing to replace you.
All right.
Well, the thing, it's funny because you know good and well, if black men would have been talking about Europe more, folks would be all sorts of coons, all sorts of you hate your colorism, you hate your women. Because when I first started hearing about traveling, Europe was actually what it was. It was Sweden, Finland. Well, not so much Finland. It was Sweden. What's the other one? Of the Norwegian ones. It was there. It was Germany.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, Amsterdam, all that stuff. So, and these are brothers, I'm getting my car fixed and stuff like that. These are folks in the military. I ended up traveling because of my job, going to, Asia, call center work and stuff like that. And so it's this idea, and you do have some content creators to talk more about Eastern Europe, like Black Jews or Eastern Europe. And again, notice how when OG was saying what he was saying, everything came back to you need to do what the fuck I tell you to do. And my thing is, that's really what it came back down to. I'm 60, so you need to do what the fuck I say, and you have a right to comment on our manhood. And my thing is, and what kills me about that is we are where we are now in 2022. And Black women, when you look at Black women pre-1980, like pre-1970, if you look at a picture, these are going to be completely, even physically, they're different. Don't get me started on the steroids and the government cheese, which has got all this testosterone in these chicks, which is one of the reasons I think why they develop as fast
So,
as they
Edward, you said not by the hair of their chinny chin chin?
Yeah, so it's this argument that because really where he was trying to go when he was talking to Marcus, he was trying to say that white supremacy is the reason why our women act the way they do. And even if you kind of agree with that, his argument is you should put up with whatever they do as a result, meaning it's your burden to tolerate Black women as they are.
No, you have to tolerate that. You have to tolerate that until you locate the XY coordinates of white supremacy on a map
and overcome it.
And then go storm it like the beaches of Normandy.
Yeah,
until you do that, you need to put up with her shit.
That's his position, and he knows that that's bullshit because the way he tries to always go around it. And this is the same thing with Clarence, and they always go around it, which is why they couldn't stand in this space for long. And you had people with bigger channels, like shout out to New Possibilities, and he's at like 100 now. You had people with strong channels, but they kept on coming back to that. And here's the problem. The problem with that is you see Black men as let me say it in a verse. Even white men, when white men were sending white men to die or rich white, they understood you had to give them something to aim for. Meaning, This is why they called it manifest destiny. This is why they do what they do in the military, where they, give you the physical benefits, which is what they gave with the GI Bill. They fucked Black men over. And they give you the respect.
Oh, Black men about to get paid because of that shit.
They're going to get paid now. I mean the original one in World War II.
Of course they're going to fuck you.
Yeah. But my point, and I want to acknowledge that. But what I'm saying is, they understood you have to give something. You can't just now. Obviously, the rich people got more.
It's the equivalent of saying,
but you can't just even come into the new world. What were they saying? Land and all it is. At first they were being indentured service. They said we'll fix that later on and get a replacement. And they eventually, they became the middle management of the plantation. And even though they went older, the point is you have to give folks something. For some reason, fuck the women. The women, we could charge that off to female nature, right? I don't understand how you have men that actually believe that you can just, BGS called it the Chernobyl effect. You can tell dudes this nuclear reactor needs to be broken down. You're gonna die. Well, what are you gonna do for my kids? Nothing. But you need to do this. And
Ed,
you wonder why they don't do it.
Ed, here's the problem, bro, is that there's this attachment, and this is why the OGJ Speeds win and they stick around, because there's this attachment to slavery and days of we was kings past that brothers can't let go of. And as long as the brothers are on that, then they're stuck on the chicks that with the darker skin and the broad noses. Here's the deal. You talk about military cats ain't checking for dark skin. There ain't a base, or except maybe in Djibouti, where daggone brothers are going checking. Military cats are coming back married to Eastern Europeans, Latinas that ain't melanated, or freaking daggone Southeast Asians or East Asians. It is what it is. Okay, military cats have figured that out.
The problem
Well,
is that's an opinion. That's hold on. That's an opinion, and you can have it.
it ain't no opinion, bro. 20 years of experience, bro, of being all over the world in the military and seeing dude after dude go overseas, married to a to a queen, and come back divorcing her for something lighter and more exotic.
Okay, but see, like again, like I said, what happens is this need to have that narrative, and that's fine. But my thing
why
is,
you even leaning into that punch? Like,
yeah, my thing is people can walk and chew gum. Like Charles can walk and chew gum. I can walk and chew gum. I don't know what Marcus's dating habits is like. Everybody, people can understand. Okay, this is a concept. This is a concept, and do what's in your own best interest. To me, the Black Manosphere was created in order to advocate for the best quality of life that Black men can have, no matter what they wanted to have. And when you look at the friction of everybody either quit it or then you have folks that say, well, fuck this community that you don't own, you don't control. Somehow it's your fault you don't own and control, but you don't own, you don't control. You supposed to sacrifice your Obie Allen said it just like that. Nigga, he said, fuck your pleasure. Nigga, I need you to die today.
So can I
real quick. Hold on, real quick. We're gonna go to Marcus, but shout out to Hakeem and everybody super chatting. Shout out to Hakeem, appreciate the $5 super chat. Mr. G's World in the building. He says, "Is Pop saying he knows a few private citizens with nuclear weapons?" Yeah, I guess. Uncle Stu, old man on the block, says, salute. I've traveled the world twice. I know how great Black men are treated overseas. I know how we are treated. Great. I was in the military. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Perfect Storm in the building. He says, boomer pro blacks are basically Fiddler from Roots.
Whoa.
There, I said it in the building. Says Black men don't have the numbers to conduct anything martial within the U.S. challenging the status quo dysfunction of the Black community is how we strike. Okay. All right. Shout out to that's it on the super chat. That's it on the super chat. Shout out to Green Gorilla. I saw you down in the chat room. Thank you for coming on through.
We do have the numbers. We just don't have the organization or the will.
Yeah.
Why should we organize off of skin color versus ideology? That's the problem. The daggone good, strong Black men want to organize with niggas. That's the problem.
No, it's for me.
Because everybody else in the world does so.
Nobody organizes with niggas around the world. Around the world, even Dominicans. Trust me, I'm married to one. They don't organize with Dominican niggas.
I'm going to agree with that. I'm going to agree with that. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that because all skin folk ain't kin folk. I'm going to agree with what he just said. I'm trying to find the point that I was going to make. What I'm trying to respond to Ed. Ed was talking about. I lost my point. Listening to Trey. I'm trying to find it again. I think he was talking about. I think going. What was it? Going overseas? Was he talking about that, or was it another point he was making? I'm talking about Ed before he.
I don't remember.
It was about going overseas, and
Ed made like 20 points in 15 seconds. Like, I don't know. I can't remember which one.
I mean, I'll just go with this in reference to us having power here and all this other crazy stuff. Black men have been told to do all types of things to validate themselves as men. Oh, okay. I know what the point that I'm going at. What I want people to understand that there's such a thing called master morality and slave morality. All right. So I think we were talking in reference to, asking Black men to die for zero tangibles, right? Every other man, you see, okay, if we want you to do this, if we're gonna give this to you, we're gonna give that to you. Black men have been sold like this Jedi mind trick, wolf ticket bill of goods bullshit, where we say, in order for us to validate you as a man, as masculine, as a real man, this and that and the other, it is your duty to do this and either greatly injure yourself or die. Right. And you got men who, they sign up for these sorts of things, even though it'll get them nothing real, nothing tangible. Right. But they're seeking this kind of righteousness through these selfless acts, right? It's like Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Here I come to save the day.
Right. So yeah, so these what I like to use the term falling on swords, right? Falling on swords, kamikaze pilot ideology, where it's like, you're giving up your life and your energy and your resources and all this other stuff, to be honored. Again, when men leave this country, they're treated in a way that they haven't been treated before. So like I said earlier, when I say, white outcomes, meaning, they're loving you for showing up, right? Everybody is reporting that when they leave this country, that they're getting treated great, not because they're swag or they got game or this and that and the other. And he likes to do this with the money thing. But if guys are telling me they're going to European countries where that's not a third world existence, we go in places where there's not third world and getting treated a certain way. So understand that when you remove, those things, that treatment that we would normally get as men, that other men get treated like no matter where they are in the world, and you tell us in order to get this, you have to do this, you're going to have men sign up for that, because here there is a denial of respect, a denial of like being treated like this figure that you have to leave here and get treated like. It's almost like in Islam where you die for the whatever amount of virgins that you get. You have to die for that. You have to die to go to heaven. And that's what black men cannot have heaven on earth. We have to die. We have to be martyrs for this respect.
Pretty much.
For this respect, for this love. Rest in peace, Tuki and Shasha and Moot and shit like that. We have to die for that respect. We don't get to live with it. We have to die for it. We can't be respected in life. We have to be respected in death. And that's what BLM was about and all that other shit. And Black Panther 2 and all this other shit is about. It's about the black man can only be loved as a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
The way I look at it, when you average into the equation, the amount of black men that helped build this country as slaves, the black men who fought and died in every war for this country, enough black men have died for us to be here and live the life that we see fit. So all of this, we still need to go die again shit. Like, no, like I ain't going on that. I ain't going on that. We helped build this country, fought in every war for this country. We citizens of this country. We pay taxes to this country. Our tax dollars fund the government of this country. That, goddamn it, if you're living right in this country, you're reaping the benefits from that. So anybody like OG saying, no, overthrow this shit that you help build and you fund, that's when it get into some stupid shit. Now,
it's funny.
Is there some things within the framework where we could play the game a little different politically and get some even better outcomes? Yes.
Right.
But this grab your sword and shield and charge shit. Like, no,
it's funny. A lot of niggas talk about revolutionary shit, but they not willing to go weeks without fresh water and electricity.
Yeah, shout out to Hood Server. He said nigrifice.
They're not willing to go. They're not willing to go patch up people when they get shot. I mean, when
Mike,
you
Mike and Vince, hold on, Mike, shut up. I do want to move because we passed the 3-hour mark. It's excellent show, excellent panel. So I may keep it going a little longer. But shout out to Mike and Vince Perkins with the $5 super chat. Shout out to Captain Cisco in the building. Says J Species got access to flying saucers from Area 51 to overthrow white supremacy. Goddamn. All right, go ahead, SKC. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Oh yeah, what was Marcus gonna ask me real quick?
Real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. The question I'll be wanting to ask these boomers is, why didn't y'all fix this shit before we got here?
That's the world may never know.
I'm saying they telling us what we need to do. Why do we have to do it? Y'all was fighting before we got here. Why y'all ain't win? Now, why are we not living the results of you winning again? You talking about we're powerless? Well, shit, this was going down before we got here. Why you ain't do it?
I mean, if we're so powerless, why is this nigga scared for a few niggas going overseas and enjoying life?
But he said we scared. He said we scared of white people. You're not. And when you were younger, what did you do?
It's a part of jealousy because honestly, the younger cats more and more are going free. Like Passport, SYSBM, IPMOR, whatever you look at, younger cats are going free. They're realizing that the way to win is without the community, without the queens, because these same women telling you that, oh, you need to fight for us, stand in it for us. Man, the minute a white dude comes along with a Beamer and making $400K a year, they out. They ain't thinking about that.
Well, Trey, it's one thing I'm not understanding. People will say all this sad stuff about you got to be with someone who would understand your struggle. They need to understand all the slavery tales of old and all of that stuff. But everybody here has been saying they go across seas and they get treated better. So how do the people across seas that treated better that don't understand you understand that they need to treat you good?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So no, I don't want to know anything about the slavery tales. I don't care about people understanding the struggle and all of that stuff. That's bull.
All the weight in the water shit. I don't want to sing slave songs no more. We know how we got here. What I'm trying to understand is, okay, they talk about, well, you let the white man convince your woman. Listen, if I'm in the mob, and the feds convince one of my hitmen to snitch, I don't want to convince the snitch not to snitch or buy him back. We trying to kill this motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of him. Separate yourself from him. And see, here's the crazy part, right? Why don't you ever tell them women to be a better product?
That's what I was going to say.
That's what I keep on asking, Marcus.
Right.
Why don't you tell these women to be a better? And I said this to a couple of chicks on my show. Every negative thing that was put out in the mid to late 80s about black men not taking care of their kids, black men leaving relationships, was found truly false. And then when the U.S. government said you're the best fathers pretty much on the damn planet, I said for every criticism you have for black men, not only did we meet it, did we reflect on it, it took action, we overcame it. When the fuck did you black women do the same? You got fatter. You got nastier. I remember big girls used to be happier than Santa Claus back in the day.
Whoa.
Now they think they're Beyonce. You're less married than anybody. Come on, when are you going to overcome your shortcomings?
All right, SKC, did you say what you came up to say, or did you? Because I think you just jumped in on a point. I don't know if you came. I don't know if you said what you came up to say yet.
I just don't get that idea. There's been these talks for a long time about getting that you need to be beholden to the community. The community needs you, brother. it's like I'm looking at Marcus' face, man. How many times have you heard that junk, man? You need to work for your community.
The guys that they need, they treat the worst.
Can you say that again for the niggas in the back?
Hey, niggas in the back. The guys that they need, they treat the worst. We get whatever. By the time we get the servings, we get it. It's all used up.
Okay, so with that stated, what business do you know? Because a lot of people, always equate relationships and particularly like marriage and stuff. They'll say, "Oh, it's like a business. You got to start with a business attitude, brother." Okay, what business do you know treats its most valuable employees in the worst way and stays in business?
What about most valuable patrons? Employees or patrons?
Yeah.
You finna be out of business.
But a person like me is wrong to look at it and say, yeah, that business is gonna go out of business.
All right. We got Lil Big Nate in the building. Make sure you watch your tone, Lil Big Nate. Go ahead.
I always had to say that is like the most interesting name on YouTube besides Keep It 100. Is he little Nate? Like, is he the younger Nate, or is he big guy that's just little?
I'll explain it, Officer Faulkner. I'm short in stature. I'm like 5'5", but dudes literally thought I was like 6'5" based on the way I talk. So little, big Nate. That's all it means.
Oh, so you the motherfucker that come in there at the card game, putting your dick on the table, so that talking shit. Out there talking shit.
On occasion. Not when there's niggas as big as you in the room. No, I don't do that.
Oh, and cool Kamazi, thank you for that cash app. I do appreciate that. Do appreciate you coming through on the cash app, man. Appreciate you. But go ahead, little big Nate, you got it. And
real quick, I got a show tonight, so I can't talk for too long. But I just wanted to bring brothers to a realization on something. And if you want to hear more interesting perspective, please subscribe and come to the Little Big Nate Show. And the Little Big Nate Show 2 TOO is the new channel. Yeah, they've struck and fucked up my second channel now. But check this out, gentlemen. In just the last 2.5 weeks, we've learned something. Okay? Listen to me closely. There was a gentleman in New York who lost his life over a $3 bag of potato chips protecting a black woman.
What happens all the time?
There was a gentleman who lost his life over a $1.50 bag of cold McDonald's French fries dealing with a black woman and her criminal career son, piece of shit. Then there was a black woman who literally poured 50 cents worth of gas on her black boyfriend and sent him ablaze. Witnesses describe the scene as his skin melting from his body. He's dead. So, for the low price of $5, 3 black men's lives were snuffed out. $5. And in the middle of all these incidents, there was an incident in Detroit where a black baby mama got her 2 brothers to bum rush the house in Detroit of her baby daddy. Baby daddy had to shoot both of them. One died on the scene. The other is trying to keep his internal organs internal.
I call that a good shot.
Yes, we did. So we have a total of 5 black men who are dead or dying for less than $5. That's less than a Subway sandwich.
Can I say something to that, Little Big Nate?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I've always wondered in my mind, because I've dated nothing but black women, right? And people be like, what's the difference? I would check a bitch if she's arguing with somebody. Get your dumb ass in this car. Like, what the fuck are you arguing? Well, no. Men talk to men. You get in the car and stay in there. Why? Because men actually have a way of respecting each other because there's a low and sometimes high threat of violence.
Indeed.
Like, look, see, when the problem is in the modern day, women do not understand the physical prowess of men and them in a comparison. Okay? When I'm looking at female officers when I was with the department, and they're like, we got into a fight. I said, no, you didn't. If a guy is passively resisting, dropping his weight and knees to the floor, and you got to drag him, that's not a fight. When a guy's squared up in a fighting stance and he's swinging for the fences, you in a fight. I've never seen one female, when it was an actual fight, win that fight. Matter of fact, I've seen 3-on-1, 3 female officers against one guy. Those 3 females went to the hospital. It took a man to subdue that guy. And I'm thinking to myself, you really can't compete. I remember one guy tried to run from a warrant, and I just grabbed him by his jacket. Boom. He tried to run full speed sprint, just stopped him in his tracks. He's about a good 220, 230 pounds, and he's trying to peel my fingers and move my hand, and everybody's just looking like he can't even break your grip. I said, not supposed to break a wrestler's grip unless you want him to. So when you look at this and you see the amount of violence, which I always point out, almost 70% of the time in the black community by FBI statistics, the women are the aggressor.
Whoa.
I don't want to hear nothing about you not being protected. I don't want to hear nothing about it's safe around you. Hell, Let's look at abortion for black women. The most dangerous place for a baby, a black baby, is a black womb. Many a times. Do you know how many times you hear in the news when they lose custody, they're deleting their children? But yet, when you find something that's a better option, there's an old saying that my father told me when I was little. Everybody wants you to do well, just not better than them.
Well, it's interesting. You talk about, I remember coming up, I'm 47 years old, born in 74. I remember coming up in the, late 80s, the 90s. It was always a white woman who made national news for killing her children. I literally cannot recall one national case where a black woman killed her children. It was always a white lady. Now, every other week, black women are killing their children. There was the black woman who was covered in blood and she was in a bonnet and said, well, she said her guy's name, such and such is the reason why I killed him. She killed her daughter, stabbed her son. The father came and jumped out of a window and got his children to the hospital as quick as he could. It was the woman who threw her 2 sons off a bridge, the woman in Arizona whose first baby daddy won custody, so she killed his daughter and her new daughter with another man. It seems like all these incidents where women are killing their children today are overwhelmingly black women. And instead of getting mad at the behavior, the abominable behavior of what seemed to be a significant number of these women, I'm not going to say most, I'm not going to say it all, but it's a significant number. You're more mad at us for talking about it. What does that say about you?
Exactly. It's like saying you should stick here instead of getting a fresh, steak from the Midwest or some fresh seafood from Baltimore. You should go get the freezer Ziploc bag from the dollar store shrimp and eat that.
All right. We're gonna give a OG, and he's sitting there talking muted. Oh, wait, can't nobody hear you either way, but we're gonna go to OG, and we're probably gonna wrap this thing up, and we'll probably try to circle it back to Mark for the final words. But OG, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, all right.
It's amazing to me that when I get kicked off the set, people start saying a lot of bullshit that I didn't say. All right,
No,
I think the first.
I would have brought you right back up. I just had to bring you down for a second because you just kept interrupting whoever. Couldn't nobody else get a word in edgewise? You kept interrupting. I was gonna bring you right back up
because I know this. I know this kind of bullshit was gonna happen anyway. See, they talk about things that I didn't say. So y'all acting like a bunch of Steffens from the movie Django, but you want to talk about who's on that nair. You motherfuckers are the ones who saying that, because I didn't say a lot of shit that y'all said in the first place. First thing I said came out of my mouth was, you can take your dick and put it in any way you want to. And the only problem I had was, for you the ones that go over there, I'm not talking about the men who are here who are complaining about the condition of black women. Now, obviously, y'all don't know a damn thing about me, and you never tune into my channel, so you don't know what balance that I do and how I go in on it. I think I was the only person in the manosphere who comes on this side of the street have ever made a song about condition of the black woman. So, just like I say is, y'all can say all that bullshit that you want to say. Let me finish. Let me finish, because you had a lot to say when I was gone, bro. Okay. So what I'm saying, to you, I'm talking to you, bro. So yes, sir. I'm talking to you because you said a lot of shit I didn't say.
I got a lot to say while you're here too.
Okay, you can say what you want to say. At least I got hair. 63 years old, and I got my baby hair up here, bro. And there ain't no fake shit. I can pull it. All right? You don't want to like to wear fucking tights in a wrestling ring, so I could question some of your shit. Olympic wrestler. Olympic wrestler. I wrestle too, bro. I know what the fuck it's called.
The only thing you wrestling.
I know what the fuck. I know the fuck you call.
No,
I know what it's called. Okay, but again.
See, the problem is...
Okay.
That's called fixing.
You see now, bastard.
He's about to, don't pull your dentures out.
Hey. You get a senile bastard up here.
But I tell you what, you might be the biggest bastard on this goddamn panel.
We already know that you a senile bastard.
Okay, so again,
see,
you don't
know. Part of the generation that was
can I wrap it up?
Daddy.
All right. Okay.
When you had like multiple daddies come to the house.
Again.
We gonna let them wrap it up, then we gonna send them back.
Okay, you let me wrap it up.
Yeah,
also, Faulkner, Faulkner, you and your brother did a nice paper, had a nice book going, and you covered some of the same things in your structure as far as brothers joining the military and stuff like that. Some of the same things I said up here. So you can't say you didn't. All right? I've been listening to you for a while, bro. And so what I'm trying to say is so all the things that I said on this panel, you know what y'all can't say? It's not true. See, I can go in on the women on my channel and tell about their bad behavior. Yes, a lot of them overweight, got bad behavior, got bad attitude. It's so high that it's like flying like a 747. I go into this shit. But what y'all don't do over here, that I found out the secret of it, because I know that no men in no racial country, no nationality, complain about something they can fix. I ain't nobody telling you to suffer. If you change yourself, what was Elijah Muhammad? What would that little short man that them women see in him that they wanted to take off the miniskirt and wrap their heads? They wanted to take off all that bullshit and stop using the drugs. What did they see in that man that made them want to change? So y'all ain't gonna never be, and that's been going on ever since 1930.
So I'm gonna make a response to what you just said, and I agree with you. Black men did change themselves. They changed their mental, their physical, their spiritual, and their emotional. And they said, "I'm getting the fuck out of this place. I'm getting the fuck out of this situation. If number one ain't right, I'm not helping 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number two, no grown man is ever talking about some goddamn baby hairs. It's okay. Number three.
Well, that's up to you.
Hold up.
I wasn't finishing you. Wait. You cut me off. You cut me off.
No, I didn't.
You let me go.
Let me hold on, wait, real quick. Let me say this. OG, you keep bringing up Elijah Muhammad and getting women in line back then. I think in a Jim Crow era, it's easier to get women in line versus a post second wave of feminist era of women who got their freedom and could do what they want when they want. It's a whole different ball game.
Bernard.
OG, just like men are talking about SYSBM or going MGTOW, they already went WGTOW or whatever the hell. They didn't went their own way. They went their own way. And so when you're talking about when you talk about complaining about something that you can't solve, that whole conversation with me and Marcus, keep it 100, that whole conversation, it was about solutions. You just didn't like the solutions, but it was about solutions.
Did you ever ask me, did I like the solution? I'm saying what I'm saying, Bernard, is if we know things happened before, why not take the best of that, load them up on your tool belt, and use them? I'm not telling you to go back to 1930 and use everything in the same way they used it. I'm just saying, see, this is what code is. This is the way my brother breaks down code. When a plumber comes into a house, he know his code, how he's gonna fix that, and it works every fucking time. So what I'm saying is, if we as black men get a code, regardless of where we decide to go, cross seas, back here, or live here, and we get on code, we can change a lot of this bad behavior in our community because they have no fucking choice. They would have no fucking choice. But y'all problem is, and I'm gonna say this, and
what?
No.
If we all just
why would any sensible man deal with a woman that's wayward? Why would you waste your time even saying that when you could deal with somebody who's going to cooperate?
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. I got my last statement, and I'm finished.
Biggest problem. This is the biggest problem. When black men take a stand, the first motherfuckers to try to knock us off our podium are other black people. When we
you
say
delusion,
we want a better,
you delusion ass brother. You think you the only one who can have this fucking conversation? Are you that delusional? Are you that fucking delusional?
I understand it's 6:30.
Are you that fucking delusional?
I understand.
No, I'm 3 o'clock. I'm at 3 o'clock, bro. I'm at 3 o'clock. I'm in the Pacific. I'm in the Pacific. I'm over in California.
Fucking words.
Right,
I just got this to say.
He's
doubling up his fucking words so much. This nigga needs.
What I said to you.
All right.
This nigga.
We gotta. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I muted.
What is
I muted both of y'all.
Negro, you're delusional.
I muted both of y'all.
You're delusional.
Right. Well, come on, y'all. Come on.
Hey,
That's why he took the.
And you wear the pins.
He couldn't deal with me.
All right. I had to.
Hey, Bernard, just to be.
I wanted him because
I
wanted to ask him a question. I mean,
hey,
I'm gonna bring him back up. I just need him to breathe.
Okay.
I need both.
And I wanted to throw this up.
Go ahead. Hold on.
Yeah,
go ahead real quick, Ed. Then I'm gonna throw it to Marcus.
Just to be fair to AMS, dude.
OG his question. Go
I
ahead.
did want to say this, and one thing the AMS said, even though it's something that the manosphere has been saying, but he did say this in conjunction with what the exchange they just had, is AMS said that if a woman is not doing what you say, you need to leave. Now, no matter, even if you got stuff invested in that woman, and even if you got something to lose, you need to leave. You don't sit there, alpha, don't sit there and tolerate a woman interfering with your program. And he didn't go as far as to say if you got kids and you need to leave. But he said, other than that, you need to leave. And so the argument is this stay and fight bullshit. The reality is, that's the thing that kills me. Like, if people care about dealing with black women because they want their grandkids, the genetic lineage, cool. We have people in the United States actually imported the least amount of slaves. So we got plenty of people we can import to where if they don't get on the program, other people will. And here's the thing, and I'm going to leave it at this. Do you understand how much energy that black men expend around dealing with women, acquiring women, maintaining women, dealing with the stress of women? I'm talking about quality of life energy, time, money, health in the form of stress, which is one of the reasons why a lot of motherfuckers are dying. Remember, KS supposedly died of high blood pressure, or that was a cause. And black, and I remember what Marcus was saying about why that stats was BS about that 80% of black men got kids, because the majority of black men ain't even over 40.
Right.
So my point is all this energy, and the only thing they know how to do, you got women like Lisa Ray and Vivica A. Fox. Literally 60 years old. Vivica A. Fox looked like Shaw. Lisa Ray looked like every ounce of an old chick. Still acting like 20 years old out of Chicago.
I mean, they do.
And you got literally base their manhood on taking a chick like that and dealing with it. Yo, white men don't even do that. White men will be the first ones to go get an Asian chick or get an East European if they get the ability. And they supposedly conquered the world. The reality is, even if you want to create a better community, you have to put these women in a position where they either got to put up or shut up, meaning they're going to get left behind. Why? Because when people keep on bringing up what other men do, let's you know what? Let's keep it a buck. And I don't care. I'm going to say this. I apologize, Bernard. This is what I'm saying is Edward Anderson. Bernard does not agree anything with this. Women of other races, women of in other countries will beat the shit out of their women. It's a very direct line to fix the bullshit. Because again, like
wait, hold on. You saying men of other countries?
Yes, will beat the shit out of their women.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Will beat the shit. Like you talk about DR, you talk about in Latin America, especially Europe, not so much because that's still the West. But they're white. But the truth is, in Africa and all of these places, we got evidence. They will slap it. It ain't no arguing. This is the real big issue I have with all of this. What we need to do and get on code. That's a code they on too. It's called the slap hole code. Yeah.
Why you can't do that over here, Edward? Why you can't do that over here, Edward?
We know
what? 911.
What?
It's
You know what I heard?
911. But here's the thing. Hold on.
Y'all got
Here's
an
another
invisible.
thing.
You got an invisible man. What? You got an invisible man who's controlling what can happen on the other end?
No,
You ain't-
we
hold
live in
on, was it- was that-
we
Like,
live-
really,
Oh
like,
man, you got rid of him.
hold
Oh,
on,
man.
hold on. No, hold on. No, we
but
live
my
in a
point is,
Western-
I'm not even saying
we
that's
live-
what. No. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
My argument. It's my point.
Rubbing your head. Wait, hold on.
Wait a minute. Ed, wait a minute. He's talking about this like it's some other man that's stopping it. No, we live in a Western country. We citizens of a Western country, in a civilized country. You can't beat women over here. So don't make
No,
it
that
seem
ain't
like-
necessarily. Hold on, Bernard. That's why I need.
I got a question.
Hold on.
Yo,
Wait a minute. So if you follow OG's argument to his logical conclusion, he's essentially saying that in order for us to get control, we need to be able to beat our women. So we need to go beat that man.
No, that's not what.
That ain't what I'm saying.
Okay, then don't make that argument then about.
No, I can make that argument because
Let me finish my.
he brought it up. I can make the argument.
Like,
I gotta turn my shit down.
Unless you're
gonna be saying Alan Anderson advocates beating women. So please let me finish my point. This is why I say. So hold on. This is why I say the greatest power is your power of choice. And notice how the only power you really have as a black man, which is your power to not participate in dealing in a relationship with somebody. Now, see, these niggas ain't got. Hold on. These niggas have zero to say about black women dating anybody else. They had nothing to say when Megan tried to draft Meghan Markle into being black. But when it comes to black men, and I ain't even talking OG Speed necessarily, look at all this energy paid attention to with a black man exercising his choice. Because they already understand that that's the cheat code. And if a dude exercises his choice, if a dude decides not to play the game, now I'm not saying every dude got to decide how to play the game. But if a dude decides not to play the game, not only does that empower the dudes that don't play the game, that actually empowers the dudes that still play the game. Because guess what? It's always threat that they will choose not to play the game. And they do not want to make that shit a reality. And this is why we go on this bullshit where we're never really having a real conversation. It becomes this. We want to get applause.
All right. All right, go ahead, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus, you got a question. You got a question.
Landed.
Marcus, you got a question. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I agree with everything he said, man.
I know, but you said you had a question.
We gonna get to that, brother. You ain't gonna rush me now.
Hey, wait, Marcus. Wait a minute, Marcus. I ain't trying to rush. I don't want you to forget. You started forgetting stuff early, so I don't want you to forget.
I ain't gonna forget you. I ain't gonna forget you, my man. I ain't gonna forget you.
I got it locked down, bro.
Okay. But he's right. Everybody else can do what they want. Like I tell you, masters do what they want, slaves do what they're told. I want y'all to walk away with this. Masters do what they want, slaves do what they told, right? You gonna do what you told, or you gonna do what you want. That's a slave versus a master. Now let me ask you something, OG.
Okay.
Triple OG.
You freezing up?
You tell him. Am I
freezing? Yeah, you're freezing up. You can better.
No, he didn't. He did a dramatic pause. He didn't.
Oh, that's what it was. You gotta get better with your acting skill, bro.
I
worked in the business for 35 years, so if you want to match, if you want to match that, let's get it in,
bro. You see what this shit looks like here? I'm in the.
Let me tell you something, motherfucker. I don't tell none of you. You go back and look at my studio.
All right, Marcus, I want to hear you. Go ahead.
I just want to know, like, all this, and no disrespect to anybody from the nation. All this shit about what Farrakhan did and what Elijah Muhammad did, and if that's the case, why are we sitting here in 2022 not celebrating the results of the women that this man or these men created? If they were so powerful and persuasive, right? If everybody from your era, whether it be the Nation of Islam or this one or that one, has so much power, so much swag and suavite or suavemente over the women, why are we not in this generation enjoying the benefits of that? You said what they were able to do, and they were able to take the women off the streets and turn them into housewives and all this other stuff. So why are we not? Because we're here after that.
This is the longest question I ever heard.
You got it, OG. So
Okay. Let me give it to you, bro.
Yeah,
But
please.
the time we were doing what we was doing, we were standing right there in front of the man who trained that woman that you can't stand today. That's number one. And we did so good because we had two fronts. You're able to be over this internet now. You can even wipe your ass or even drink out of a fucking water fountain.
What does this have to do with this?
That's what I'm just saying. It show. Wait. I'm asking a question.
Is this the answer to my question?
No. It is. Let me get it in.
I don't want to respond to someone and answer.
No. Okay, but it is a answer to your question. This generation is some of the most ungrateful to not know where you at today. It didn't just all of a sudden pop up. And when you are in a nation that you have been oppressed and enslaved, you're going to have to take steps. This didn't happen overnight.
Right.
It took steps to get us here. Right? But y'all act as if that whatever affected a woman didn't affect us too. Y'all act like we went away unscathed.
We ain't acting like that. We asking.
No. This is what I'm trying to tell you right now. See, it's easy to pick up. It's easy to pick the lower fruit on a tree. That's easy. That's like goddamn.
Wait. Us what we need to do.
No. I'm not. No, bro.
After you did what you did.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, I'm saying that there's examples. I'm saying there are examples. Wait. I'm saying there was more than one movement. There's Marcus Garvey. All right. Okay.
All right.
The nation of wait. You say why we get? No, I'm going at it. I'm not going left. We got the nation. Wait. We got the Nation of Islam. Been here ever since 1930.
Right.
Still standing today. All right. We have took so many men and women out of that non-conscious mindset.
Right.
That we went from shake your ass tutor to start giving them decent names, decent dress. So you see the receipts of it ain't gonna happen. Just like it ain't gonna happen for you, brother, to pull all these brothers into your world. Everybody ain't gonna be saved.
You're trying to derail the process. Hold on, real quick. OG, they requested a bounty on your head. I put it too low. They paid it too fast. $50 to get you off the panel. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I wanted to speak to Triple OG.
I put the OG bounty too low. We got to resume this conversation
Check
later.
this out. I want to say this. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's a member of my channel. If you ever want to pay me to get rid of somebody, that is for sale. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to put it at $100, but I put it too low this time.
I didn't know they did. I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, that's the thing we do here. When OG get the clowning, they put a bounty on his head. How much to get him off the panel?
It's fucked up, man.
I like
it's fucked up. When you go back in the day, you ask people if this shit was such a grand idea, why the fuck isn't it working now? And you got to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, man. But my question to all these old heads, why you ain't do it? You talking about the guy who did it? If he was able to transform he put the girl on the streets and they pulled them in the churches and and you were able to do that, then why are we still here? Why are we still here dealing with their daughters, their granddaughters? You telling me that the women, I don't even know what percentage the Nation of Islam is of the entire black populace. I'm just saying, right? You're saying, well, you guys, you can't do this because you powerless. Like you live somewhere else other than America. Like you somewhere else laughing at us like we got power. You in Wakanda somewhere.
Exactly. Listen, that you make a good point. I want them to explain what it is that they want to happen. I think you alluded to this earlier. Like there is no country called African America.
Right.
Like we like what?
Lord, we thrive in African America.
Like so like what is he saying is supposed to happen? Like I don't understand it. I don't understand that, and he's never been able to answer that question. I would love for somebody to lay.
And by the way, Bernard, stop letting niggas who sound like they're the last slave that ever been released come on your panel,
man.
Oh, your niggas can't do it. Your niggas you're supposed to do
the
this.
next time you have him on your panel and you don't have the bouncing ball with Sesame Street so we can actually perceive what words he's speaking, or at least closed caption, I'm calling the FCC on your ass.
This is the first time I see I was about to call him Otis. My bad. This is the first time I see OG.
You might as well, because
It's
ain't
your first
nobody
time
came
you
to
seen
see him. Ain't nobody came to see his ass. So you might as well call him
Everybody
Otis.
come to see you, Otis.
My man, oh man, my man. How you tell the person that come in the room after you? If I came in the room after you, the room was fucked up when I walked in, and you been here. How you gonna blame the room being fucked up on me and my inability to fix the room? And you been here, and you said you fixed it. If you fixed it, if it was broke when I got here, that means you didn't fix it. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, one thing I want y'all to address before we go. Okay,
No
there
doubt.
is the argument how in third world countries, not even necessarily third world countries, just a lot of countries just over there on the other side of the planet. A lot of them. It's the rule of law is a little different. A woman called the police and say my husband slapped me. They more likely to look at her and be like, okay, well, what did you do?
Right.
you probably deserved it. It's like they got a country set up and cultured in that kind of way. Now when we point that out, that is easy. One, in a third world country, and two, where a husband is damn near judge, jury, and executioner in his household.
Right.
When that's the situation, yeah, the women gonna be a little more docile and feminine. So when Ed put that out, and then OG said, okay, well, who's getting in the way of that happening over here? That I'm like, okay, we have a different civilization, a different structure, a post-second wave of feminists, westernized rule of law in this country. But he want to look at that and say, aha, because that's another man. Am I interpreting that wrong by him saying, aha, that's another man stopping you from slapping the taste out your woman's mouth to get her to act?
That same man didn't let him slap the taste out of his woman's mouth. Same man.
Let me put it to you this way.
No, that's that same man, and I'm gonna say man because it's really just the government. They don't allow white men to just slap up their women. Nobody can slap up a woman in this country. So I don't understand why even make that argument just to try to lower black men down and say that another man is interfering, when in reality is no matter what your race is in this country, you can't beat women.
It's supposed
to be advocating for beating women?
It's frowned upon, but here's the question. When you ask these men, do they go upside their woman's head? Do they go upside? Would they like it if somebody was dating or married to their sister? Their sister thinks some smart shit, do something out of line.
Right.
Are they gonna have carte blanche slapping the shit out of your sister? And don't you say shit.
Yeah, that's like if black men was in full control, making full laws, we wouldn't support that law. At least most of us. Some of us would. Some of us would. But most.
I got 3 sisters.
Okay.
3. All right, 1 older, 2 younger. I don't get involved in shit that happens with them and their men, unless you about finna die. Now, call the police. But my thing is, I don't get involved in none of that shit because for exactly the reasons you just said, if you in a relationship with this woman, right, and y'all got y'all little situation, it's not my business. And it is going to sound very controversial what I'm going to say. If in your relationship with one of my sisters, if that's how y'all relationship work, you got to put hands on her and don't break shit up. But I'm just saying, I would hope you don't got to break shit up. But if that's how y'all shit work, it ain't none of my business because I know how women get. Well, let's not pretend every woman is, except our family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But my point is, people that make that argument that he's making, if he was making the rules, it would. If we lived in African America And then it just would be a 100% black police force running in there, hopping on your brother-in-law when he put his hands on your sister. That's what I'm saying. So it's like they make that argument just to gaslight, but they ain't really about that life. Now you just proved you about that life. Mark is about that life, but they ain't about that life, so they shouldn't even make that argument.
But you know what happens is that they live in fairy tale land.
Right.
And unfortunately, a lot of these dudes who call themselves pro-black never even marched in one goddamn an alley. Okay? They never read any of the literature. They just want to put the title on like it's the WWF championship and say, I'm pro-black. No, nigga, you pro-stupid.
Yeah, Charles,
you're not thinking of anything logical.
You're going to be like, you know what? March, I ain't marching. You can't tell me.
You know, sounded like Jabberjaw and shit. Damn.
But my thing, all this stuff, if you notice, anytime you want to get black men to do something, you play on their manhood.
Mm-hmm.
You play on their manhood. Oh, the other man gonna come and stop you from putting hands on your woman. Yeah, the man with the gun. Okay. And so you gonna let him do that? He has the gun.
Yeah.
So this is all, right. This is all a play on your manhood. You know, is you know, how you gonna allow that? This and that. As a man, that phrase, as a man, got a lot of niggas dead. A lot of niggas dead off of as a man. As a man. You always use that to get you know, like you Back to the Future. What are you, chicken? It's that trigger. As a man, and got you out there doing crazy shit, trying to live up to that shit that they've created. They tell you what manhood is, and then they'll tell you what you need to do to earn the title, and you go out there and do it, and you're locked up in jail, shot up, some shit.
Yep.
As a man, they play on your manhood, and men have to ignore that. You call me, hey, Marcus, you scared, you a bitch ass nigga, and this and that and third. Yup, no doubt, right? Yup, I'm all that. Can't get me to do it. I don't care.
I say the same thing to women. Well, a real man, just because you got a mustache, doesn't mean that you have experience of being a man, lady. And I mean, seriously. But a real woman, you know, according to that Bible that you claim you read, says you need to respect me and shut the fuck up.
So let me respond to him in the chat, okay? Because he's in the chat. He sounded like my boy. You know who my boy is, okay? This is J Speed OG the Ghost. Understand, we are the children of powerless men. You want to say that we have no power? We inherit our powerlessness from you. OG, you didn't have power, therefore we inherited our powerlessness from you, and the nation exists because they're allowed to. Okay, just understand that we
in African America.
I
wonder, would it be just like you know, a small percentage of elected officials in the government that's making the laws that got the power, and then maybe just like it sort of is in this country, where really just like the top 1, maybe 2% really truly got power and pull the levers. Like even in Africa, even in this fictional place called African America.
It can be a democracy.
The average Joe citizen on the ground ain't walking around with no major power. It still will be people above the normies pulling the levers. They just be black, and we probably hate their black asses. We probably hate their black ass. Hold on. We'll probably hate their black asses all the same too. I mean, that's why it just turns into a goofy argument for me.
I mean, part of African America probably smell like pissy elevators and fried chicken all damn day. So I mean, hey. So I mean, you got these creative niggas who I'll be like, look, when are you going to start? When are you going to start building some infrastructure? When are you going to teach the young men not to make the mistakes you made? See, a great leader that you learn in the military will always admit if a plan's not working. First, recognize the problem, adapt to the problem, then overcome. when you still giving me 1950, 1960s tactics to deal with a 2022 issue, it's not going to fucking work. I've said this to commanders in the police department. You're trying to go against a 21st century criminal using 1960s tactics. No, you got to up the ante. You got to evolve. And see, the problem with guys like that, he thinks if he yells loud enough, he's going to get enough people to follow. No, the young men that I work with, especially with my company, they're not worried about black chicks because they go off the motto of the old club song from Baltimore: "Find them, fuck them, and flee them." Right. And it's not even a pump and dump because hey, they wrapping that shit up like it was a fucking lunch meat sandwich. And you're really not giving them a better option. If you want us to stick with these women in this country, why don't you go to the women, go to their mothers, go to their grandmothers, and sit these young women down and say, look, you're about to lose your fucking men. Unless you come with something better than these chicks who are going to appreciate the type of money these black men make in America, they're going to say the ultimate fuck you. And the greatest fuck you was never putting your hands on a woman is paying her no goddamn attention at all.
There it is.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels tried that and they danced on his grave. Like, and now y'all wonder why y'all got dudes like Austin Hollerman and other dudes. Because truth be told, the people on the YouTubes, that's folks are just giving voice to what's going on and giving their perspective on it. The reality is, most of these dudes are not like online. Most of these dudes you don't see, and that's the thing. When you got so many people that got so many opinions about stuff, I could tell the folks that either been here, they have perspective, and the folks that they just showing up and then they just want to talk some ish and see what's up. Now, as far as OG, my thing about it is he says what he says as if the black manosphere is all of black YouTube. The pro-black space is its completely own space. Completely owned space with, you got the conservative pro-blacks, the matriarchs, you got like the pro-blacks, you got, the nation, you got a lot of different Hebrew Israelites, a lot of different facets of that. My question is, why is it that you're over here as if we're the last, like we're Zion, we're like the last chance? What are those folks doing? Because a lot of them pro-blacks got much bigger channels than what a lot of us do. A lot of them got very big channels, but at the end of the day, like BGS knows, at the end of the day, the motherfuckers are just talking and they not doing shit. Or what they doing is they plugging up holes. Another thing I want to ask you real quick, did y'all hear what Judge Mathis said? I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Judge Mathis, you gotta hear this. Judge Mathis literally went on a gynocratic OD. This nigga talking about black men sent black women to march on Black Lives Matter while we were killing other black men, black women. Oh, you got it, man. I should put that shit link in the back chat. This nigga was wilding out. I was so disappointed in him.
Let me put it to you this way, man.
In fact, let me see if I get that video real quick.
Let me put it to you this way before I go. I'm sick of people telling grown ass black men who work either through the trades, through labor, degreed men who had to toil through college, and college does not like us. The police officers, the doctors, the paramedics, the EMTs, the lawyers, the whatever field that you're in. Being black in America and male and heterosexual is the trifecta of hatred towards us. I'm getting sick and tired that everybody's got to stop us from not being men. Right. When the fuck do you challenge a man without the challenge of an ass whipping coming behind it? I personally like to tell this to people because even though I don't date interracially, who knows, it might change later. But currently I don't. When it comes to black men's wishes and how they live their lives, we earned our freedom more than any other man on this planet. There is no other man on this planet who was a slave and has rights that's equal to the ruling class. Nobody else in history has done it. So I encourage you, and I would so humbly and willfully tell you this. If you got a problem with a black man exercising his choice, this is coming from Charles L. Faulkner Jr. Shut the fuck up. And thank you. Have a nice night. Woo!
Thank you. All right, we almost at the 4-hour mark, and Marcus, I'm sorry to hold you hostage here for 4 hours. I didn't know he was gonna go this long. It did get interesting though, but man, you could hit us with the final words and take us home.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to show y'all that Matthew.
And by the way, Marcus, hit my email. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. We got to link up on these panels.
I gotta show you that bullshit Matthew said. And Marcus done learn a couple of things. Marcus done learn about
shout out to Victor Carter. He said salute to my fellow brothers. Keep it up.
Yeah, Marcus learned about DICE. He learned about the bounty program. He learned some things to take to. I heard him. He said, "Yeah, that shit for sale." Yes,
yeah, he doing that bounty program.
Shit, where's my shit? Oh, okay. Here it goes.
Go ahead.
For playing your video games and sending your woman out there to go on march and protest and fight for voting rights, registering voters, out here protesting. The majority of the Black Lives Matter marchers were black women and white kids, while our black men sat back and killed each other, falling into this trap that they have set for us by failing us in our education system, bringing in guns and sending out the jobs. And you chumps are going forward like a bunch of suckers. And you're supposed to be cool. You're supposed to be the man. No, you ain't no man. Ain't nothing. You's a punk. Until you stand up and fight for your women, stop sending them out there, turn the TV off, go out there with them, sit down, stand up. Everything our black sisters need and our families, give it to them. Otherwise, brothers, you don't matter.
Does that sound familiar, everybody? Sounds like a conversation we just had. And this is why niggas get mad. Yeah, I'm going to just chalk that up to he didn't take his medication.
I mean, hey, why do you always got to judge a black man's freedom? If a black man want to go anywhere, let him go. They earned the right to do it like any other man.
I want to know, if we do go out and we do all the things that these guys are telling us to do under the threat of the gun and whatever else, what are we promised?
You get to call yourself a real man.
Right. Or no, they'll put that on your tombstone. He was a real man. That's what you guys are fighting for. Here lies a real man. Is that what y'all want?
Yeah, and this is what I say to this. Play this quick video. It's 3 seconds. It's just 3 seconds. That's what I say to that bullshit.
So I want to start because OG was very interested tonight. He's very interested. He's
that way every day. Yeah, we deal with it all the time.
So all this talk about what black men do. White men, like, this is world history. White men have traveled the world sticking his dick in whatever woman he came into contact with when his boat landed somewhere. Over the course of human history, this has happened. He would go places, and whether he would do it there or he would take women and men from there and bring them somewhere else, and he would put his dick wherever he wanted to. Mind you. Bless you. Mind you. The minute we do anything resembling this, we're powerless and this, that, and the third. His rhetoric.
You're weak. You're powerless.
Right.
You can't feel you're a virgin until you kill that white man.
Moist, soft. All of these are plays on your manhood. When these hyenas, strags, whatever you want to call them, or these simp dudes want to motivate you to do something, they always play on your manhood. Look at the language. So you want to be a pirate. What's your point? Top notch radio. Like, I know the language. I know it's like when you hear people use right-wing talking points, you know where all the language comes from. You know what feminist language sounds like. You know what right-wing language sounds like. You know what the simp and the hyena language. You know what all that language sounds like when they're trying to push you to do something. Okay. That's what they have done. So their dicks have never been race loyal. These are the men you're praising. These are the men you're saying, well, they have the power. You ain't got the power. But these men are not bound to the same code and rules that you're trying to bound us by. No, we're not pirates, because if we're going to DR, whatever you want to call it is not piracy. We ain't going over there and raping and I said the word. We're not going over there and pillaging. Yeah, I'm not going over there. I'm not going over there and pillaging. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. So that's the real answer to your real question. You understand what I'm saying? What black men, I took some notes here. What black men are now saying is, listen, we want tangibles. We refusing to play this game that y'all continue to want us to play and trying to pull at our man strings to get us to do it. We're refusing to die, refusing to give up our lives, our freedom, and all this other stuff for no clear or apparent return on the investment, benefit, and all that stuff. We ain't bound to duty. We not slaves. We're not your slave. We are not your Negro.
Yeah.
We are not your Negro.
Yeah, the trick bag is they feel like they're owed an explanation. Black people are not owed an explanation from black men. This is why they ask these questions in the way that they ask it. If you look at how a lot of black women ask black men questions about why you got black women where niggas have traveled overseas where they'll be overseas. Now these chicks have bought a ticket overseas and then they asking this nigga why he here, as if you remember Nate Parker, A Birth of a Nation, where the slave had to have a pass as to why he was off the plantation to make sure master gave him permission to be off the plantation. I didn't even know that was a thing. A piece of paper, that's literally how they ask it. And when you look at OG, they always do this. They go all around the circle to ask the same thing, because again, they think you're owed an explanation. And just because we're up here talking, sharing what we think with other black men, that is not an invitation to you asking us as if we owe you an explanation. And that's the thing that kills me. Go ahead.
So, I always say, better men have tried and died. That's one of my phrases. Better men have tried and died. For everyone, whether it be Top Notch Radio, the OG, or whoever, right? You're always trying to appeal to men. Okay? The manosphere was started as a conversation, about, okay, we're walking away from this. It's like he said, you guys are powerless. Again, our power comes from non-participation. All right. We can withdraw our presence. We can withdraw our resources, our energy, and things like that, because that's what fuels, this situation. You don't want us to walk away, right? Talk about it's about your trial. Get the women in order. Get the women in order. When do you guys, especially you pro-black guys, ever speak about what the women need to do? And I ain't talking about a passing comment or anything like that. I'm talking about a movement of getting the women in order. You talk about what somebody did in the 60s, late 60s, 70s. No, let's do 2022. Hashtag get the women in order. And you bring us back. This is like if you throw a party, what they do, they let the women in free. And what does that do? That brings the men. You get the women there, the men come. Get the women in order. It's not our job. You want to save something. I'm not here to save anything. Just understand, better men have tried and died. I'm here to save me. I'm not here to save the community or whatever you reminiscing from days of old. If you want that back, preach to the women. It's like what we tell white people. Don't come here and talk about racism. Talk to other white people about it. Talk to the women about the issue. Because the thing that you want, we probably want it, some of us, just like you do, but it's up to them. This is a team sport. Understand, if they don't want to play, there's no game. If they don't want to play, talk to them. They don't want the community you want, and you're trying to push us to make happen. You want us to go upside their heads? Okay, but you're saying, oh, the man that's coming in to do this, just know that we knew that in your time, in your day, that there was cops then, and you couldn't do it. So don't shame us for not doing something that you didn't fix before we got here. You didn't fix it. That's why we're here having this conversation, OG. because you didn't fix it. Farrakhan ain't fix it. None of the people that you're talking about back in the day, in my day, they ain't fixed it. That's why we have this issue. And the women were like that then, just like they are like that now. They just have more to play with in 2022. They just have more to play with. That's it. So understand, you're saying nothing because you didn't have power then that we somehow squandered. You didn't have power. They don't want to play the game, bro. And once they opt out, it's our turn. That's it.
Good stuff, and we're going to close the show on that point. Shout out to Uneducated Lame. Shout out to everybody who super chatted. I do know I vowed to read every super chat, but I did miss a couple of them, so shout out to Uneducated Lame right there. Shout out to Marvel right there. It says, great stream, Mr. Riley, all-star panel. Shout out to the Perfect Storm. He says, you got to dive on a rusty Biden crack pipe for black women. Shout out to Victor C. Make sure y'all sub to Keep It 100. Dropped a lot of bombs today. Like I said, one of the best channels going right now. One of the best kept secrets. Make sure y'all go over there and subscribe to the brother. I think Ed said he going live right now, and Lil Big Nate is probably going live right now. Y'all can check out Lil Big Nate or Ed right now. Y'all go head on over there. But make sure if you don't do nothing, make sure you go subscribe to Marcus. Keep It 100. Definitely great show. This is one of the best shows I had in a minute, man. This one was definitely good. But with that said, everybody, we are out of here.